We've been studying the science of love for a while now, 5 decades. John as a researcher, and originally a mathematician. Julie as a practicing clinician. Our life's work has been developing interventions for couples who love each other and want to make it work, but need real tools to keep their relationship thriving and on the right track. Often, it's not the relationship itself that's the problem, it's that you simply haven't been given the tools you need. Every relationship is distinct, its own unique, unrepeatable chemistry project of love and attraction, conflict and connection, personalities and pasts that mix, collide, and create something new. Our relationship is not exactly like yours or any other, but we've discovered that there are universal interventions that work across the board, and what we most want is to get these out into the world. We all need them. It's been 50 years since John, along with his research partner, Robert Levinson, ran his first studies on couples, applying the scientific method for the first time to love. It's been 3 decades since we, John and Julie, started working together, launching our Love Lab on the campus of the University of Washington in Seattle, where we ourselves met and fell in love. Like all couples, we too had to figure out our own conflict culture. As we combined lives, married, and became parents, we had to work through the fights that started wrong, the ones that came out of nowhere, the ones that we seemed to have repeatedly about the same topics. And we did figure it out. We've gotten pretty good at fighting. We've found that you can fight with kindness, with love, and with peace at the end. But we had an edge. We had the Love Lab data. Over 3,000 couples have passed through the Love Lab, where our goal as researchers is to get as granular as possible about what specific behaviors lead to lasting love and happiness. We've had couples come in and stay for a weekend in a comfy Airbnb-like apartment where we videotape their interactions and analyze them, then follow them for years, even decades, to track the status of their relationship, as well as their happiness and satisfaction. And because it's so important to the health of a relationship, we've zeroed in on conflict and how partners interact before, during, and after fights. In one study, we had couples come in, sit down, and talk about one of their points of conflict, something they hadn't resolved yet. We recorded the interaction so that we could analyze those tapes down to the 1/100th of a second. We coded every gesture, sigh, smile, and pause. We coded body language, tone of voice. Nothing was too small or insignificant. We had participants hooked up to biofeedback devices so we could simultaneously track heart rate and breathing, those physiological markers that can tell us so much about how and why a conflict unfolds the way it does. We did this with straight couples, gay and lesbian couples, couples with children and without, wealthy couples and couples in poverty, couples that came from various demographics across race and culture. And then, after getting this incredibly deep and thorough picture of each couple's interaction during one moment in time, we brought these couples back, year after year, and had them do it all again. Would they change? Would they stay together? Would the union be a happy one? And when it came to conflict, we urgently wanted to know, why were some couples broken apart by their conflicts, and how did others find peace? So, what did we find out? We found that by observing and coding behaviors, we were able to predict with over 90% accuracy which couples would stay together, even through ups and downs, and overall feel satisfied with their union. We called these the masters of love, and which would divorce, split, or stay together unhappily, the relationships that unfortunately turned out to be disasters. We found that the first 3 minutes of a fight can predict the status of the relationship 6 years later. We found that couples needed to hit a certain ratio of positive to negative interactions during conflict in order to stay in love for the long haul, and that outside of conflict, that ratio jumped even higher. We found that during conflict, couples who exhibited 4 key behaviors we call the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, criticism, contempt, stonewalling, and defensiveness, were likely to split an average of 5 years post-wedding. But we also found that no conflict wasn't the answer, because there was another wave of divorces about a decade after that 5-year mark. These couples did not have the 4 horsemen. What they had was nothing. No major conflict, sure, but also no humor, no question asking, no interest in one another. We found that the masters of love didn't avoid conflict, but they had a certain interactive skill set that allowed them to go into conflict as a collaboration, not a war. And when someone got hurt, as can happen to the best of us in conflict, they knew how to repair. We found all this and a lot more, and we're going to lay it all out for you in this book. We're going to start by talking about the context for our conflicts, the setting for them, if you will, which basically boils down to everything that leads up to a fight, starting with how we were raised, the culture we came from, and our meta-emotions, or feelings about feelings, which shape our relationships in surprising ways. We'll talk about how the casual, day-to-day interactions with our partners set us up for certain dynamics within conflict. We'll talk about how mystificating it can be to figure out what we're really fighting about below the surface. In other words, you're not fighting about a puppy. And then we'll take you through 5 fights that show clearly where we go wrong during conflict and how to do it right instead. Because we also found that people could turn relationships around, fight right, love better, and connect more deeply when they were given practical, science-based interventions to use in conflict. When our daughter was a little girl, she said something once that clarified our mission for us as we thought about how and why we were doing the work we were doing with couples. She was asking us about our work at the Love Lab. Maybe she was irritated that we were going to be gone for a weekend, running a couples retreat, when she would have preferred we stay home and take her for a ferry ride and an ice cream cone. In any case, she pressed us on what exactly we were doing out there with all this love science. We explained that we'd been working to isolate the most powerful interventions couples could do to stay in love and stay happy, if that's what they wanted, so we could share them with people. We told her that a lot of couples, ourselves included at certain points, go through a time where they just can't seem to get along. What do you think happens, we asked her, if mommies and daddies are fighting all the time? Well, she said, I guess there are no rainbows in the house. We were both quiet. No rainbows in the house. This little 4-year-old had just articulated the perfect way to think about the mission of our work. Storms will come. They inevitably do. But in the aftermath, there can be something beautiful. But you only get to the rainbow by going through a storm. Conflict is a human constant. We've written a lot about love, what makes it, what breaks it, what keeps it alive. But recently, we felt an urgent push to home in on how we do conflict. One of the big reasons is that our conflicts aren't going anywhere. The data tells us that whatever you're fighting about, you'll very likely always be fighting about. Overwhelmingly, the conflicts we have with our partners are not fleeting, situational, or easily fixable. They are perpetual. There are 2 basic types of fights that couples have: solvable and perpetual. Your solvable fights are the ones that have some kind of solution. They are fixable. Let's say you're feeling put upon because you always have to load the dishwasher after your partner makes a mess preparing dinner. You and your partner might fight about this once you finally reach your boiling point. Side note, talking about these types of things before you hit critical mass is definitely something we'll be talking about. But in the end, you can probably find a solution of some kind. You'll swap dinner prep and clean up, or he'll do the cleanup too while you take care of other household tasks that need doing. It's a logistical problem, one that can be figured out once everybody has a cool head. Perpetual fights are different. These are the issues that don't go away. These are the things we end up fighting about time and time again because they tap into some of the deeper differences between us. Differences in personalities, priorities, values, and beliefs. And no matter how perfect someone is for you, these are always going to be there. We don't fall in love with our clones. In fact, we're often drawn to people who are very different from us in certain ways. People who don't replicate us, but complement us. It comes down to this. The vast majority of our problems, 69% to be precise, are perpetual, not solvable. That's a lot. That means that most of the time, whatever you and your partner are fighting about is not going to have a simple solution or any easy fix. And of these perpetual fights, 16% become gridlocked. The partners go round after round on the same topics, not only not getting anywhere, but causing more hurt, anger, and distance. And this is why fixing the way we fight is such an urgent issue. How we fight is, as we've said, how we communicate and connect. But, and we feel comfortable saying this because of the sheer number of the couples we've studied and tracked over the years, we are doing it wrong. We're rushing in, wounding each other, missing opportunities, and then repeating the cycle again the next time we fight about the same old thing. This particular moment in human history also demands a different approach to conflict. Couples are more in distress now, in the COVID era, than ever before. Rates of domestic violence are up. In our international study with over 40,000 couples, we found that in couples seeking therapy, 60% were experiencing some degree of domestic violence. And there were other concerning statistics. In these couples, we found high rates of anxiety, 27%, depression, 46%, and suicidality, 29%. Almost a third of all couples were struggling with issues surrounding substance abuse, and 35% were dealing with the fallout of an affair. Our world seems to become more and more uncertain, and so often we end up taking out our stress and anxiety on the people closest to us. When we fight with a partner, we aren't fighting in a vacuum. The world gets in. By the time we arrive at a point of conflict with a partner, we're often already carrying so much. Our emotional bandwidth is short. We're cognitively overloaded, and that shrinks our capacity to be gentle with each other. We carry the residue of the day with us when we interact, the worries and the pressures that we've experienced, and that weigh on us in ways we might not be aware of. And beyond the walls of our homes, conflict abounds. It proliferates in the virtual world, where the format of the interaction makes true understanding vanishingly rare. Our world has never been as polarized. We are at a critical point in human history, a point where, across the board, in every arena, we need to learn to set aside our defenses, open up, and fight for peace and understanding. This starts within the four walls of the home. Our romantic partnerships are the building blocks of our larger communities. They have ripple effects on our children, our friendships and extended families, our collaborations in the workplace. They influence our capacity to give back to the world and make change. They affect how we come together as a society. As we learn to fight better in our homes, we can learn to fight better in our communities, across political divides, in our society, and even as a human race. It's only human to have conflicts. It's even humane to have conflicts. Often, it's exactly the right thing to do. But we need to bring our best humanity to our conflicts. When we fight, we should be trying to create something better. That's the ultimate goal of conflict, to create something better for yourself, for you and your partner as a couple, and for the world. Conflict doesn't have to break us apart. Conflict and peace are not mutually exclusive. We can arrive at peace through conflict. We can combine kindness and gentleness with fighting. We can grow closer because of conflict. But to do this, we need to get to the heart of our conflicts. We are so deep as human beings. We're not just what you see on the surface, the hair and skin and clothing. We're not even the personalities we project. We are subterranean. We have rivers and waterfalls and rocky cliffs inside us, deep valleys that perhaps even we haven't fully explored. And we're often afraid to show those parts of ourselves in relationships. We feel like we have to be on our best behavior to win the heart of another, so we keep the door closed on that complicated inner world. Then, once we're into the thick of a relationship, those parts start to leak out, and they most often leak out through conflict, surprising not only our partners, but us too. These long buried or suppressed parts of ourselves, these needs and dreams and emotions we've held down, flare up in the heat of the moment, and they can burn down the house. But they don't have to. Fights can get intense and messy. People relive old pain and trauma. We so easily fall into old patterns. We get hijacked by our emotions, our pasts, our old hurts. But if you can get at what's underneath, there's so much compassion and understanding. Our hope for you and your partner as you read this book is that you can come to see your conflicts as a profound opportunity, that you'll gain a deeper understanding of your own conflict culture and where it comes from, that you'll learn how to uncover what you're really fighting about so you can get to the heart of the matter and understand each other better through your fights. We hope you'll walk away with a clear understanding of the 5 major ways we go wrong when fighting with the one we love most, and how to pivot, even in the heat of the moment, and do it right. And we hope you'll be able to inject some humor and levity into your fights. It can go a long way. Conflict isn't always fun, but we hope this book will be. Part 1, Conflict 101, Why We Fight. What's going on? He says, as she says at the same time. So what do you want to talk about? They both laugh. The couple is sitting close together, propped up against crisp white pillows on their comfy bed, facing the camera. They're angled towards each other. So far, they both seem warm and relaxed, maybe a little nervous about being filmed. We've asked them to turn on the camera of their laptop, begin recording, and then simply talk about how their day is going. That's all. Meanwhile, our AI system is watching them. This system was built to assist our Gottman-trained therapists and couples wanting to assess their relationship at home, to gather illuminating data about how partners respond to each other in casual interactions and in conflict. The AI can read their heart rate from the video feed without any other devices. Using machine learning, it does emotion coding, pinpointing each partner second by second on a wide range of possible emotional categories. And it rates each person's trust level in their partner on a scale of 0 to 100%. The AI, designed by our brilliant colleagues, Rafael Lisitsa and Dr. Vladimir Brayman, gathers all this data as this couple chats briefly about their work week, how they're looking forward to the weekend, and having the chance to relax. So far, the AI has coded their interaction as progressing from neutral to interested. Both are relaxed, heart rate is around 80, trust metric is fairly high. Then she says, "Oh, by the way, I told my parents they could stay in our room this weekend when they come to visit. We'll sleep on the couch." There's a pause. "You already told them?" he says. "Well, yeah," she says, a bit dismissively. "They're my parents. You know I don't sleep well on the couch." "Oh, come on. It's just for the weekend. What's the big deal?" "Well, I want to be at my best with your parents. I don't want to be grumpy because I didn't like you're ever at your best with my parents anyway, so..." Wow. His voice is laced with hurt and sarcasm. "Okay, why are you making that face? You know it's true." "Hey, I'm trying to make an effort for your parents and..." "Oh yeah? Well, why has it taken 3 years for you to do that? Why is this the weekend?" 3 years? You don't think that I've made an effort for 3 years? From here, the temperature of the interaction spikes rapidly. They interrupt, talk over each other. She accuses him of making her dad cry during a phone conversation recently. He tries to defend himself. "You just had to slip in a snide little comment, didn't you?" she says. "Well, I was just trying to say happy birthday to him." "I was just trying to be funny," he shouts. The AI has clocked both partners' heart rates rising, his more significantly to 107 beats per minute. The trust metric has plummeted. His goes critically low to below 30%. Emotion rating nosedives for both. The interaction rapidly skews negative. She attacks, he defends. Both speak to each other with contempt. Less than 30 seconds later, the couple turns away from each other, exhausted and angry, giving up on the conversation completely, as the video captured by the AI cuts off. They each stare off in opposite directions. Coding conflict. The couple above is a real couple who agreed to participate in a new platform we set out to build, designed to help other couples just like them, normal couples who had hit a tough patch, or a tough year, or a tough decade, and needed some support and guidance. In recent years, and accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic, the demand for skilled therapists has overwhelmed the existing network. Plus, for busy couples who are working full-time, and perhaps caring for young children or other family, getting in to see someone can be difficult. A lot of couples who really could use some professional guidance are going the route for various reasons. We wanted to figure out a way for couples who are struggling to get immediate relief, and we saw that a lot of couples were struggling. So we went to work on a platform that couples could access through a phone, laptop, or tablet, a place they could go to find guidance and tools. And for this to work, we needed an AI that could observe couples interacting and, like the most skilled and experienced trained professional, identify the signs and signals of a conversation going into toxic territory. Therapists are trained to look for these signs, subtle cues in body language and physiology, vocal tone, language choices, and more. Could a computer be programmed to be this sensitive? In short, yes. And when it comes to the coding of conflict, not only has the AI matched its human counterparts, it's actually outperformed them. Much of the data and observations about couples in conflict in this book comes from our decades of work in the Love Lab and from other important and groundbreaking observational studies by ourselves and other researchers. But now we are getting even more sophisticated and granular information from the AI we trained with John's emotional coding system, called SPAF, short for Specific Affect Coding System. When John was first beginning his research into couples,
the field of psychology was struggling to nail down consistent patterns when it came to the personality and behavior of one individual, much less two. The general belief in the field was that studies of couples would be too unreliable to be scientifically useful. Studying a single individual was already so unreliable, the thinking went, that studying two would simply square that unreliability, making it exponentially worse.
John, ever the mathematician, set out to prove that false. He began searching for patterns of behavior in individuals and couples, specifically sequences of interactions that could be indicative of the couple's overall happiness and the success, or not, of their relationship. Across a series of observational research studies, he and his colleagues worked out a coding system that measured every possible nuance of an interaction between two people: facial expressions, tone of voice, language and rhetoric, physical cues, and more. He and his research partner, Robert Levinson, developed ways for couples participating in the studies to actually rate their own experiences during conflict conversations, offering even more essential data about how people experienced conflict and whether or not their intentions matched their impact. Following couples over time, they were able to track how these coded sequences of interactions between couples aligned with the outcome of their relationship. Did they break up? Did they stay together? If together, were they happy or miserable? John studied all three groups, gathering data from couples who divorced, couples who stayed happily together, and couples who stayed unhappily together. That data was anything but unreliable. John found that interactions between couples were incredibly stable over time and highly predictive of the future of their relationship. Using SPAF to code a couple's interactions, John was able to predict with over 90% accuracy the future of that couple's relationship, and a huge part of that prediction was how these couples behaved in conflict. One of the key pieces to John's studies on relationships was the conflict task, where couples were asked to choose a topic of ongoing conflict and discuss it. Their fight would be taped, and a team of researchers would then pore over the footage, working to code every expression and interaction down to the 100th of a second. It's demanding work, and our researchers needed to be highly trained in order to do this accurately. Before SPAF, the other coding systems for looking at behavior and interactions were cue-based. They looked at actions and expressions, elements of human behavior that you could note visually. The problem is, that left out a ton of essential context. What about vocal tone? A major key will suggest positive emotion, while a minor key indicates the opposite. What about emphasis on certain words versus others? We call that a paralinguistic cue. The same sentence, read with an emphasis on different words, could communicate either frustration or flexibility. You have to take that into account. And what about cultural differences in the use of language and physicality? Our coding system accepts that emotion is conveyed in an interactive way across all communication channels. We are so complex as humans, and any system for coding our behavior has to be equally complex. In order to code emotion during a fight, you have to be incredibly sensitive. You have to know the meaning of words, understand the words in context, understand the culture you're operating within. You have to hear the music in words, tone, loudness, pitch, tempo, emphasis. It's a lot. But amazingly, the AI train system can duplicate exactly what culturally informed observational researchers can do. From the beginning, the AI matched what human coders could do, and over time, through machine learning, it got better and better until it was as good as the best humans. All this is to say, our AI is extremely good at this. When we have a couple sitting there, like our young couple above having their fight about a fold-out couch, with the laptop propped up and the video camera on, the AI is gathering irreplaceable data and doing it better than most seasoned professionals. It even synchronizes affect coding with each partner's physiology. The breakdown of this fight that we got from the AI was highly accurate. And this fight in particular is a great one to dissect, since it manages to encapsulate just about everything we tend to do in conflict, a textbook fight. We chose this fight to feature here at the beginning of this book for a simple reason. It's a classic. It illustrates all the major features of typical couples conflict. It's about almost nothing. 1 minute, we're having a nice conversation about our week. The next, we're in a full-blown war. It moves very quickly into difficult conflict. The AI recorded this interaction upgrading to escalated conflict in less than a minute. There's no listening. In this dialogue, we see absolutely no space for understanding. It's all attack and defend. It looks less like a conversation and more like two people dueling with swords.
It contains every single one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the negative communication patterns that, over time, predict the end of a relationship: criticism, contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling. There's flooding. This is the emotional hijacking of the nervous system in conflict that leads to overwhelm and eventually the stonewalling we saw above. The AI clocked a rapid and intense physiological response in the male partner, a spike from about 80 beats per minute to 107, a major indicator of flooding. Negative interactions rapidly outnumber the positive. For couples to be successful long-term, they need to maintain a certain ratio of positive to negative interactions in conflict. That ratio is 5 to 1. 5 positive interactions for every negative interaction.
In this fight, the interaction becomes 100% negative, almost immediately. There are very few, if any, repair attempts. One of the major ways the masters of love keep conflict on track is through repair, not only after a fight, but during a fight. Like so many of us, when things get heated, these two are not willing or even able to attempt repair. It is all damage. And finally, it's about in-laws. We can probably all relate to that. To give you a visual image of this couple, they are in their late 20s. Theirs is a young relationship. They've been married for about 2 years. She has long blonde hair, Joni Mitchell style, and a slim gold nose ring. He has dark hair, shoulder length, which he runs his hands through, first calmly, then faster and faster as he gets agitated. As she gets angry, she leans toward him. Her body language is aggressive. She looks at him intently, laser-focused on his face as she lobs criticisms. She is kitchen sinking, dumping pent-up resentments that she hasn't found a way to express previously. On the defensive, he defaults to sarcasm. He appears to feel boxed in by conversation. It's almost as if you can see the mental wheels turning as he realizes there's no way out of this. By the end of this fight, they have gotten nowhere. They both go silent, shaking their heads in defeat. But they're here, on the app, because they aren't defeated. They know that something is wrong, and they're trying to fix it. They don't want to give up on each other or their life together. They want it to get better, but they are plagued with the question that so many couples come to us with. Why are we like this? We could give you 100 reasons why we fight, but let's take a look at the big ones. Opposites attract, and other reasons we are doomed to fight. It's a famous phrase, opposites attract, and it turns out a scientifically accurate one. We really do have chemistry, as one Swiss zoologist proved in a study on sense of smell, attraction, and genetic differences. Klaus Wedekind recruited 100 heterosexual participants, half male, half female, specifically selected to have genetic diversity. The men were given clean t-shirts and sent home. After wearing them to sleep for 2 nights, they returned the unwashed shirts to the lab. When the female participants were brought in, they were each offered an array of 7 different shirts to smell. Would you sign up for this study? As they progressed from shirt to shirt, taking a whiff of each, they were asked to describe each one in terms of intensity, pleasantness, and sexiness, and say which t-shirt scent they found most appealing overall. The results were fascinating. Overwhelmingly, the women preferred the scent of the shirts worn by the men who had a particular gene sequence that was most different from their own. The particular gene Wedekind was homing in on was called the MHC gene, or Major Histocompatibility Locus. Why is it important? It's a key part of the immune system. When parents have very different MHC genes, their offspring will have an edge in fighting off viruses and diseases. It gives them more of a shield. In other words, mating with someone genetically different from you is a deeply entrenched biological human survival mechanism. So we may find ourselves frequently in conflict with our partners because we've picked someone very different from us. We're programmed to do so. In fact, personality differences account for the vast majority of couples' conflict. As we said in the introduction, most of our conflicts, 69% of them, are perpetual, not solvable. We'll be managing them for the entirety of the relationship. Perpetual problems between partners typically stem from differences in personality and lifestyle preferences. The more couples can be accepting of each other's differences, the better. But where we often go wrong is when we try to turn our partners into ourselves and then criticize them when that doesn't work. Those differences that were once so alluring and magnetic
become long-lasting points of friction. I was drawn to him because of his spontaneity. Turns into, why can't you make a plan and stick to it? I fell for her outgoing personality and great sense of humor. Turns into, do you really have to talk to every single person at the party? And were you flirting with that guy? Even if you're not a classic opposites attract couple, you aren't immune to this category of conflict. We see so many instances of what we'll call opposites uncovered. You and your partner seem so similar, it takes a while longer to bump into those differences, but they're there. Take this couple we worked with. Both were artists, he a painter and she a singer, and they bonded over art making and the creative process. But she was an extrovert who got so much energy and creative spark from interacting with others. He was an introvert who needed a lot of solitude and downtime. These are people who were drawn together because of shared interests, background, and lifestyles, but then had oppositional personalities and needs, a very common scenario.
Another predictor of conflict we see is major life changes. For instance, becoming parents. The arrival of a baby is supposed to be a joyous event, but our research on newlyweds found that 3 years after a baby was born, a staggering 67% of couples had experienced a plummeting in overall happiness and a spike in hostility toward each other. In other words, a whole lot more fighting. A baby's a big one, but any kind of life shift can spark conflict with your partner, especially if that shift is something that presses up against your needs, dreams, beliefs, values, stuff like moving an aging parent in with you, taking a new demanding job, moving, a big shift in your financial circumstances. All of this is the stuff of life, of course, which makes it even more essential that we learn to do conflict well. And we aren't fighting in a vacuum. Life stress is a huge factor in how often we fight and how those fights go. Whether we go to an office, Zoom from a bedroom desk, or spend all day taking care of kids, we bring stress and worry from the day into our interactions with our partner. In 2004, our colleague Robert Levinson ran a study he called The Remains of the Workday, looking at how the residue of the day seeps into marital interactions. The study focused on police couples, officers, and their spouses. Policing, as a high-stress job, offered a particularly illuminating window into how work stress and exhaustion can affect both physiological and subjective components of marital interactions. In other words, how the body measurably responds to conflict and how participants assess their own experiences during that conflict after the fact. Levinson had participating couples keep daily stress diaries for a month. Meanwhile, once a week, they came into the lab and interacted normally, having a conversation about their respective days, for instance, while he and researchers observed. What they found? On higher stress days, the interactions between partners were more heavily tinged with discord. Both spouses were more physiologically aroused or flooded with a higher heart rate, blood pressure, stress hormone levels, and in their self-assessment reported more negative emotions and fewer positive ones. Men in particular were affected by physical exhaustion. They experienced even more of a spike in flooding when they were more wiped out. This all points pretty clearly to the fact that our daily experiences out there in the world most definitely do spill over into our relationships. When we're stressed at work, we're more likely to have conflict with our partners, and in that conflict, more likely to become physiologically flooded and overwhelmed. And to struggle to regulate our emotions. For all of these reasons, and more, we are set up to have conflict. But one of the big reasons that conflicts escalate, no matter what the cause or topic, is a single common factor. We have a tough time dealing with negative emotions, especially our partners. We feel attacked. We get defensive. We suppress negative emotions until they cause an explosion. Conflict is a part of life, yes, and a huge part of fighting right is going to be learning how to handle and discuss negative emotions, both our partners and our own. Don't be afraid of anger and conflict. When John first started his Love Lab studies with newlywed couples in the mid-1980s, he wasn't sure what the data was going to show. He believed that he would indeed find patterns in behaviors and interactions between couples that would shed light on how and why some couples stay together and stay happy, and why others don't manage it. And he was right. He did. But one fascinating thing about scientific studies is that quite often, you go into an experiment with theories about what you're going to find, and half the time or more, you're completely wrong. In the Love Lab, John found he was wrong about 60% of the time. But the amazing thing about science is, you can get just as valuable information out of being wrong as you can about being right. Here's a couple of things John thought he might find that ended up not being supported by the data. that anger is a dangerous emotion, that a lot of fighting at the beginning of a relationship is a bad sign. Let's tackle the second one first. Early conflict in a relationship might seem like a predictor of bad outcomes for that couple, but no. In fact, it was exactly the opposite. When we tracked couples through the years, we found that many of our newlywed couples who displayed higher conflict in those first years of their marriages had stronger and happier relationships as time went on, compared to many of their low-conflict counterparts. Why? It turned out that in these couples, the women felt secure enough to bring up issues with their husbands, as opposed to women in some of the other relationships who were afraid to do so. This only went in one direction, from wife to husband. When conflict was driven by the female partner bringing up issues, the relationship turned out to be a stronger and more successful one. Researchers called it the wife negative effect. Sounds bad, but for the relationship, it meant good things later. The no-conflict newlyweds might have looked better initially, but when we interviewed these couples later, it turned out that many of the women were suppressing needs instead of expressing them, leading to a kind of low-conflict facade that masked deeper issues. Women who were afraid of a blow-up or feared abandonment simply wouldn't bring anything up. The low-conflict relationships were in fact more fragile. What had looked initially like a positive indicator was actually a negative. Which brings us to an aspect of our coding system that led us to a fascinating revelation about anger. The SPAFF coding system requires that everything our researchers observe gets coded as positive or negative. This was how we uncovered the 5-to-1 ratio of positive to negative interactions in conflict. But as we analyzed the data we were getting from our studies, we started to gather more and more fine-grained information about the nature of negativity. It became clear. Not all things that were coded negative in the moment were negative in the long term. For instance, anger. Anger was not negative. Sitting there observing couples in the lab, we'd seen anger and thought, that's bad. It turned out that it was the 4 horsemen that were bad. When couples displayed their anger with contempt, with criticism, with defensiveness, with stonewalling, that was toxic. It was poison for the relationship. But anger in and of itself was not a bad thing or an indicator of future negative outcomes. From the lens of modern neuroscience, in fact, anger may be more aligned with positive emotions like joy and excitement, because it's what neuroscientist Richard Davidson calls an approach emotion. Davidson was interested in studying brain processes and emotion between the right and left brain, so he took a group of participants, hooked each person up to one of those funny little caps with electrodes that sit right against the scalp, allowing the researcher to grab a picture of the electrical activity in the brain, and asked them to think about a typical day they'd recently had. He charted the brain activity, looking to see which side of the brain lit up, and then had participants self-report on what they were experiencing emotionally as they were imagining their day, right or left. We think of right brain as having to do with creative and artistic processes, and left brain as our linear, logical side. But that's not what Davidson found. He saw that when people were experiencing emotions that led them to withdraw from the world, sadness, fear, disgust, they had a right frontal asymmetry, more activity in that area. And when they were experiencing or processing emotions like interest, curiosity, joy, and anger, they had a left frontal asymmetry. More activity on the left meant they wanted to engage with whatever they were experiencing, rather than withdraw. They were excited, curious, or angry. And that's why we now think of anger as an approach emotion. It doesn't exactly line up with positive versus negative, and when it comes to the science of love, that's fascinating to us. It means that anger, though not usually pleasant to experience, is driving you to approach your partner, to connect and engage, express something that needs to be expressed. In many cultures, and especially in American culture today, we tend to believe that we have a certain degree of choice over how we feel. So when we're experiencing emotions that don't feel great, anger, sadness, we can get really impatient with those feelings, with ourselves for having them, and with our partners for expressing them. We figure, why would we ever choose to feel angry, or disgusted, or sad? We feel ashamed for being angry. We think of anger as bad. We think of conflict as bad. We want to suggest that neither of those things is true. Anger is in fact useful and should be respected. Anger is a natural emotion, and it comes from a frustrated goal. There's very good, productive information in that, but it's essential that it be expressed without contempt or criticism. Our SPAF tweeting was clear. Anger is not predictive of negativity or poor relationship outcomes, as long as you don't invite in the four horsemen. Anger can be a positive thing. It puts the complaint you have in italics. It may drive you and your partner to have necessary conversations. In our respective practices with couples, we've found that anger has always been the thing that is most shaming to people, their own tendency to be flooded. But there is no shame in feeling anger. Anger, especially female anger, which has more historically been suppressed, is not to be avoided and can be a path to greater knowledge. Unfortunately, people are terrified of anger. But the more terrified we become, the more polarized we become. Broadly in our culture, men are allowed anger, but no vulnerable emotions. Women are allowed the more passive emotions, sadness, fear, worry, but not the ones that are more agentic, like anger. Luckily for John, he married Julie, who is comfortable expressing her anger. He's had no choice but to accept anger as part of the process. We do joke about Julie's passionate nature. But in all seriousness, it has been quite wonderful to have a marriage where all emotions are out on the table. You don't have to hide anything. Of course, it does matter how you speak the anger and how you listen to it. Conflict is the royal road to understanding. So here are a couple of objectives for all of us at the beginning of this book. One is to recognize anger as an approach emotion and not think of it as bad. Anger isn't bad, and fighting isn't bad. But here's the second. We don't want to approach our partners with anger that manifests as contempt, criticism, defensiveness. We're going to try to flip it. We want to approach each other with curiosity. Conflict has a goal, mutual understanding. Without conflict, without fighting, we would not be able to understand each other fully or love each other fully. We often call conflict the royal road to understanding. The royal road, in antiquity, was a highway built in the 5th century BC by the Persian king Darius the Great to more rapidly facilitate communication throughout his large kingdom. This is exactly what our fights can do. Conflict sharpens our ability to love. It's like the whetstone to the blade of love. Emotions are information. Listen to your emotions. They are there to guide you. All of our emotions give us useful insight, including anger. So our first goal, as we embark on this journey to fight better, understand that anger is okay. Conflict is okay. There is no shame in either. They are normal, natural, necessary threads in the texture of a relationship, and both can be forces for good. We began this chapter with a basic yet enormous question. Why do we fight? The answer to that is simple. We fight because we have two brains in a relationship, not one. For the course of our partnerships, however long they last, for many the bulk of our adult lives, we will be navigating the tension between the individual and the collective, between the I and the we. This is perhaps most true with our romantic life partners, but it applies to all of our close and collaborative relationships. As humans, we all want to have agency and autonomy. This is a deep and enduring need. We've always had to make our own personal decisions in order to survive. It's been this way throughout human evolution. As a species, we've had to face so many challenges to survival. War, disease, famine. Each individual has these competing instincts. On one hand, we each think we know best. On the other hand, we have this competing sense that others might know better. So we create systems that are hierarchical, with the idea that everybody has a particular gift or ability to contribute, and everybody has challenges and deficits. If you're in a tribe trying to survive in the wilderness, you need somebody who's strong, and someone else who understands cooperative hunting, and someone else who is vigilant. The question becomes, how do you coordinate all the individual challenges, individual strengths, and differences in skill levels and knowledge in order to create a harmonious unit that has the best chance of survival? And how do you do that with larger and larger groups? Survival in some ways used to be pretty simple. You had to eat, you had a spear, you had tools you could use to hunt and prepare your food. Progress has unfolded in recent human history with breathtaking speed, and at this point, there are thousands of choices people have to make every single day about every aspect of life. What time should I get up? Who showers first? Who gets the sink first? Who gets the kids up? Who dresses the kids? Who cleans up from breakfast? Who stays home when the baby's sick? Who deals with this bill or that one, this task or that one? Are we conforming to traditional gender roles or pushing back against them? Whose career should be prioritized? And on and on. Count how many decisions you make in a day. Multiply that by a dozen. Each choice has at least that many sub-options to pick from, like a drop-down menu that keeps nightmarishly expanding. And how can you not have conflict? A relationship is a constant negotiation of individual versus collective. Each person has their own individual awareness and consciousness, their own preferences, interests, emotions, intellect, and even spirituality. All these things that compose fundamentally who they are. And all these parts of the individual are calling out for expression. Humans have this individual need to express and embody who they are. But the collective, whether it's a tribe, a city, a country, or a couple, demands something very different. It demands cooperation, collaboration, cohesion, compromise, and kindness, compassion, and sensitivity to each other's individual preferences and needs. And it will always be there, this tension between trying to be true to who you are in your own soul, in your own core, versus being true to the collective. This becomes the long-term work of love, of being partners for the long haul. So to address this tension, we need to start with a foundational aspect of who you are that trips up many couples, your conflict culture.
Which has huge implications for how you and your partner relate to each other and interpret each other's behaviors during a fight. By conflict culture, we mean the rules of fighting that you each operate within, which are often invisible or unacknowledged, yet deeply held. And for each person in a partnership, those unspoken rules can be very, very different. Why we fight the way we fight. Why do you fight the way you do? Where do your beliefs about conflict come from? What's your fighting style? And how does it mesh or not with your partners? A lot of couples who come to us for help in their relationships arrive without ever having been asked these questions or asking themselves. They haven't looked closely at the beliefs about conflict they inherited from their parents or the culture in which they were raised. They haven't evaluated the impact of past relationships and how that shaped the way they approach and respond to conflict. Take Tyler and Noah. These mid-30s urban professionals share many overlapping interests in art, film, and food. Outside of work, they spend a lot of time together visiting museums and galleries, exploring new restaurants, and recently they had a great experience taking a couple's cooking class. When they're out and about doing something together, everything seems to flow smoothly. But whenever they try to have a simple conversation about an issue that's come up, Tyler quickly defaults to raising his voice when he gets frustrated or even just wants to emphasize a point. In response, Noah shuts down, stops talking, or even bails out completely. Overwhelmed by the interaction, he'll just walk out of the room in the middle of the conversation, leaving Tyler stunned and deeply hurt. Clearly, he thinks, Noah doesn't really care about his needs or feelings. His coldness, his selfishness, feels like a slap in the face. Noah, meanwhile, is feeling fatalistic. It's impossible to communicate with Tyler. There's no way to respond to him that won't result in more yelling. Every fight feels like a room with no doors. There's no way out. With this couple, there's no one particular issue that's causing strife. Their recent fights have ranged from where to go to dinner to whether they have or will ever have the financial bandwidth to have a child via surrogate. It's not about the topic. What's causing a widening rift between Tyler and Noah, who do love each other and want to stay together, is that they have deeply divergent beliefs about conflict, beliefs they take for granted and are barely aware of. They have different conflict styles. The 3 main conflict styles. Which type are you?
There are 3 possible conflict styles within a healthy partnership. Emphasis on healthy. Avoiding, validating, and volatile. These each exist as points on a spectrum, rather than absolutes. We are not all 100% one of these 3, but may fall somewhere in between 2, trending one direction or another. As you read the traits and tendencies of each, you'll likely be able to place yourself along the spectrum, and figuring out which style you most closely identify with will help you nail down how you tend to behave in conflict and why. To give you the quick overview of each, conflict-avoidant couples tend not to have conflictual discussions at all, preferring to agree to disagree and keep the peace, rather than get mired in a potentially upsetting conversation. Validators fight, but they fight politely, discussing issues collaboratively, and are interested in finding a compromise, though whether they're able to is another story and something we'll talk about later. And finally, volatile couples erupt into conflict more frequently, burn hotter, and are generally more intense and dramatic. You might recognize yourself and your partner right off the bat just by those one-sentence descriptions, but let's take a closer look at the tendencies and behaviors of each. The conflict-avoidant couple. Avoiders shy away from active conflict. They just don't see the point. They tend to focus on what's working well about their relationship and choose not to bring up issues that might threaten that stability and equilibrium. In our studies in the lab, the pattern we saw with conflict-avoidant couples was that it was hard to even get them going on a conflict discussion. They would quickly pivot to emphasizing their areas of common ground and talking about all the good things in their relationship. Avoidant couples tend to say, "We enjoy each other's company. We get along most of the time, so what if we do some things differently? Why rock the boat?" Within conflict-avoidant couples, though, we see two distinct types. The first type rarely talks at all about points of disagreement. They think, "Okay, we don't agree on this at all, so let's not waste any time talking about it," and immediately drop the topic. These couples have the most trouble with the conflict task in the Love Lab. The instructions for this are pretty simple. We bring a couple in, hook them up to our monitors so we can track their physiology, flip on our recording equipment so we can code everything later, and then give them the instructions. Choose a recent or recurring conflict in your relationship and discuss it. You have 15 minutes. Volatile couples have no trouble doing this. Neither do validators, usually. But this type of avoidant couple really struggles to come up with anything at all. We have to press them to come up with an area of stress in order to help them arrive at a topic. Then, even if they do manage to land on a topic, they can't manage to fill the 15 minutes. We have to butt in, nudge, and prod them to get more specific. And with our prodding, they quickly get uncomfortable and then flooded, physiologically overwhelmed. They aren't used to fighting. It feels very artificial for them. This type of couple often has a bit more division in their lives. Certain rooms or areas in the house become the territory of one partner or the other, and they can tend to take on more defined roles domestically, which often, but not always, fall along traditional gender stereotypes. He makes the decisions and she defers. He deals with the finances and she deals with the kids. Julie's parents were a classic example of this type of couple. He was a physician, a cardiologist. He was out all day saving lives. Her mother worked part-time but mostly stayed home with the 3 kids. Each spouse had their separate spheres. When he came home, he'd read the paper and she'd cook dinner. At the table, the family would talk animatedly about politics and watch the news. The discussion would swirl around world events like the Vietnam War. Julie never once saw them fight. They loved each other, but they didn't interact all that much, and tensions went unspoken and unaddressed, hanging in the air like smoke. This type of avoidant couple can risk becoming lonely and isolated from each other, but they can also lead very stable lives. They tend to be low risk takers, content with what they have. The second type of avoidant couple presents a bit differently. They're very interested in each other. They spend time together. They do talk about feelings. But then they just leave it at that. One person feels one way about a situation, the other feels quite differently. They both express it, and then, well, that's it. They move on. This type of avoidant couple actually tends to be the happiest couples across all types that we see in the lab. They're not quite as stereotyped in terms of gender roles as the other type. There's more mixing in terms of household roles, but they still don't really know how to accept influence from each other. If they have big differences, they just live with it. With avoiders in general, if nothing rocks their boat, they might cruise along on calm waters just fine with no real issues.
The validating couple. Validators can look similar to the second type of avoiders above. The difference is they do disagree, and they aren't afraid to get into it. They'll debate, they'll accept each other's influence, they'll work on compromise, they'll try to persuade each other of their own point of view, something avoiders aren't interested in at all. They'll problem solve and work to come up with a new way forward. They tend to be calmer in conflict, but they aren't content to agree to disagree. They want to get somewhere. We have some close friends who are classic validators, and it's fascinating to watch them fight. They'll express some emotion, but they're very rational. Both will be brainstorming, mid-fight, to come up with some kind of logical compromise or solution that considers both points of view. Sometimes they arrive at one, other times they take turns, i.e., you won the last one, I'll concede this time. They don't raise their voices. It can get tense, but they quickly bring it back down to a more collaborative approach. Overall, they seem like teammates, not rivals. Sounds pretty good, but even validators run into issues and conflict and face escalation, the moment when the fight starts getting heated. Validators tend to deal with escalation by taking breaks. They don't want to be volatile. Instinctually, they shift to being more positive or validating to calm the interaction down. They'll summarize the other person. So you're saying you want me to plan ahead with my parents instead of making last-minute arrangements. A classic hallmark of validators is that they are willing to abandon their position on something in order to stay out of big, volatile emotions. They'd rather give something up than risk an escalated quarrel. Often that's because they grew up with a volatile parent or guardian and now want to avoid that dynamic at any cost. So some questions we often have for validating couples include, are you giving up too much to keep the peace? Is there room for emotion and exploration in your fights? The volatile couple. A volatile couple has no problem expressing emotion. It's completely natural for them. Their fights immediately move into heated debate with high emotion and raised voices, but often with a lot of humor and positivity as well, the complete opposite of avoided couples. These couples tend to have plenty of overlap in their roles and responsibilities, domestically and within the relationships, and they debate and verbally wrestle over them frequently. They might even seem to enjoy arguing. For volatiles, this is in part how they connect.
In the very first longitudinal study we ever ran at the Love Lab, we had this particularly charismatic and very volatile couple we nicknamed the Duke and Duchess of Windsor. The Duke and Duchess seemed to relish fighting. They had absolutely no problem with the conflict task. They got an A+ on picking a topic and launching right into heated conflict. They had no trouble addressing conflictual topics head-on. In one fight in particular, as they argued over whether or not they'd had a good marriage for the 30 years they'd been together, the Duke asked his wife, "Would we have had a better marriage without children?" "How could you say that?" she cried. "Of course! Those kids turned me into a drudge," he burst out laughing. And then so did she. Then they resumed wrangling over the ups and downs of their marriage, excitedly disagreeing and debating. For a conflict avoider, just watching them interact would have made your heart race. The Duke and Duchess were overall a happy couple. Their fights could be explosive, but like a lot of successful volatile couples, their conflict was defined by humor, which kept things fairly positive. They understood how to make repairs and stay connected, and they made it for the long haul, reporting high levels of satisfaction on follow-ups. Volatile couples can do well, but they are at risk for what we call the Richardson arms race in conflict. Louis Fry Richardson was the mathematician who modeled the military escalation that preceded World War I. In brief, it's a phenomenon where two nations increase preparations for war in response to a perception that the other party is increasing their preparation for war, leading to an exponential buildup of aggression. With a volatile couple who loses their humor and positivity and escalates negativity and aggression, they can end up in this arms race dynamic. Now you have screaming, yelling, flooding from one or both partners. Later, the volatile couple might describe the fight as out of control. In the case of two people in a relationship, the weapons are metaphorical, but the exponential buildup into battle is real and can do real damage. Which conflict style is the best? Looking at these conflict profiles, it's natural to conclude that the validating style of conflict is the healthiest, and that couples who tend to be volatile or avoidant are less likely to be successful. And indeed, in the field of couples therapy, this was long believed to be true. Is it? In the 1960s, Harold Rausch, a biologist who taught at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, launched the first ever study on the transition to parenthood. He recruited 96 couples and followed them using observational research methods as they became pregnant and had their first baby. He didn't feel comfortable having them talk about their own conflict. It felt too intimate, perhaps, and this type of study had never been done before. Instead, he had them talk about a simulated conflict. The technique he used was this. Each couple would get a short written vignette of a couple in conflict. The husband received one slanted toward the fictional husband. The wife got one slanted toward the fictional wife. They each read their vignette and then were asked to discuss who was more at fault. Essentially, he was setting them up for conflict by intentionally biasing each toward his or her fictional counterpart. He called it the inventory of marital conflicts. When he broke down the conflict conversations that emerged from this exercise, Rausch did something that had never been done before. He analyzed sequences of conversation. He didn't just look at how frequently people did one particular thing, but how frequently a pattern of two-step sequences would appear. This was before John Gottman began his research, and it was the most granular analysis of couples' behavior that had been done to date. What Rausch concluded from the data, and he wrote a book about it, was that validators were the only truly successful models for relationships, where they could both stay together for the long haul and be satisfied with their union. Avoiders were messed up because they never talked about anything. Volatiles were messed up because they were much too emotional. Validators, he decided, were the Goldilocks of relationships, just right. When John began his own research in the same arena, he considered that Rausch might be correct, and John did identify the same three profiles: avoidant, validating, and volatile. This all tracked. But when John began analyzing their data using the SPAF coding system, a more sophisticated system than Rausch's groundbreaking two-step pattern identification process, he found that it just wasn't true, that validators were the only successful couples. According to John's data, any of the three styles had an equal shot at being masters of love if they had the 5-to-1 ratio of positive to negative interactions in conflict. It seemed that success or failure in a relationship had more to do with the ratio than it did with conflict style, in direct opposition to Rausch's finding. John's response? He called up Harold Rausch. Rausch, intrigued, and ever the open-minded scientist, agreed to send over all of his audio tapes from the original study. John reanalyzed Rausch's raw data with a new coding system and found that the finding held true for Rausch's couples as well. The coding system used in the earlier study had simply not been finely grained enough to pick up a critical truth buried in the data. It had nothing to do with which style you were. It was all about the ratio. Lessons from the Museum of Fights. The ratio is real. The Exploratorium, San Francisco's renowned science museum, sits on the edge of a pier overlooking the bay. Inside, it is a huge warehouse-like space, creatively lit and divided into separate, rotating exhibits. One popular exhibit was a kind of museum of fights, based on a study run by John's research partner, Robert Levinson. The exhibit was interactive, with television screens that showed you, the visitor, half a dozen 3-minute recordings of married couples, each having a fight, or more accurately, having the beginning of a fight. Your job was to watch each video and then make an assessment. Would this couple go on to divorce or stay together? And how satisfied was the couple with their union overall? At baseline, making a blind guess, you had a 50-50 chance of being right. Exactly half of the couples in the Exploratorium exhibit had split, and the other half had remained together and satisfied with their marriage. What do you think? Could you tell? The answer is probably not, unless you'd been married very recently or recently divorced. When Levinson ran the study, we'd already done the SPAF coding. We knew we could predict with over 90% accuracy the future of these relationships using our coding system. SPAF could easily discern who would get divorced and who wouldn't. But how did that compare to therapists, researchers, and couples themselves? Could they intuit the future of a relationship just as well? Not even close. Levinson brought in couples therapists and had them predict, and they were at chance. Their guesses were no better than flipping a coin. Then he brought in researchers in the field, and they were no better. Then he brought in couples, and it was the same. But one group was notably better than others at predicting satisfaction: newlyweds and recent divorcees. One theory? Those who had been recently divorced were more attuned to negative interactions. They picked up on even the most subtle ones that everybody else missed. We're back to the ratio. People who just split up were like a divining rod for that 5-to-1 ratio. Highly sensitive to that tilt into negativity, they zoomed right in on it. The magic ratio. The secret to success for almost any conflict style. The data has shown repeatedly that there is no one right conflict style. Any of the types of couples we profiled here can thrive, as long as they have the correct conflict math. If you have that 5-to-1 ratio of positive to negative interactions in conflict, you're probably going to do great, no matter what type of couple you are. What that means, precisely, for every one negative interaction you and your partner have during a fight, like a biting comment, an eye roll, a raised voice, and dismissive tone or gesture, a scoff or a mocking laugh, you need 5 positive interactions to balance out that negativity, and this is within the conflict itself. Outside of conflict, that ratio swells to 20-to-1. For every single negative interaction or comment, you need 20 positives: appreciation, connection, turning toward, compliments, etc., to balance out the negativity over time. Of course, positivity is harder during conflict. We're fighting. But the data from the Love Lab is clear. We have to manage it. Couples that failed to meet that 5-to-1 ratio consistently did not make it in the long term. The simple truth is that in conflict, the negative carries a lot more weight than the positive. There's a reason it's 5-1 and not 1-1. These interactions are not equal, and they don't balance out that easily. Negativity packs a big punch. And you don't have to sit down in a research lab and code your fights to know if you and your partner are on the wrong side of that ratio. If it feels to you that your fights have been veering into territory where it's more negative than positive, a common situation for many couples, then you're probably right. Your conflict math is off. So one of the things we're going to be working on in this book, as we move through strategies for having successful conflict, is imbuing your fights with more positive interactions. This is going to be a through line across all the lab-tested interventions we take you through here. And the conflict strategies we work on here are all in part designed to help you ratchet up the positive and spool down the negative, even mid-fight. It's so important for both the health of your relationship overall and the success of your fights to hit the magic ratio. And it is possible from almost any starting point to turn things around and get there. A note here, we are not suggesting that you whip out a notepad and pencil mid-fight and start tallying the number of negative and positive interactions. You're in the conversation with your partner.
Not a researcher with 1,000 hours of videotape and a pause button. Any kind of overt counting is going to take you right out of the conversation. You're not going to know the precise math for each conflict conversation you and your partner have. But what we know about couples is this. You can feel which side of the ratio you're on. Check in with yourself. Even if you're upset about the issue, do you feel listened to? Have you had moments where you felt relieved, understood? Has there been a laugh or some lightness in the conversation? When things start to tilt negative, you'll know. Conflict doesn't feel great even when it's going well. It can be stressful and upsetting to be in disagreement with your partner, even when the ratio is just right. But when the ratio is off, it starts to feel really bad. There's escalation, the 4 horsemen. You may start to feel trapped and hopeless. You may feel enraged or out of control. And when you feel that spike of negativity, you can do something about it. You can make the effort to slow things down, inject some empathy or validation into the conversation. You can even call it out overtly and say, I feel like this is going in the wrong direction. Can we reset? More on this later. Now, in practice, the magic ratio is going to look and feel a bit different depending on your conflict style. If you and your partner tend to be more conflict avoidant, it might look initially like you're nailing it. On paper, your ratio looks incredible. You're at 10-1, maybe even 15-1. You're all positive, no negativity at all. Bulletproof, right? Well, no. Your ratio looks this great only because you're not bringing up complaints or issues. You're skirting around points of conflict, which could catch up with you later. Avoidant couples can do just fine until there's a crisis. Researchers and professors Rand Conger and Glenn Elder did a deep sociological investigation into the dynamics of farming families in America during the farm crisis of the 1980s, when the rural Midwest went into a sudden and steep economic decline. Thousands of farmers lost their farms and businesses, and thriving towns emptied out into hollow shells of what they had been. Conger and Elder examined the effects of these extreme pressures and stresses on individuals and on relationships within families. Many of these couples, rural, Midwestern, raised in a particular culture, typified an avoidant conflict style. One thing they noted,
these couples, who were now forced into high conflict conversations for maybe the first time ever, as they had to debate what to do when the bank was pulling in an outstanding loan, for instance, would go one of 2 ways. The ones who were able to maintain that 5-1 ratio in discussions about what to do actually got happier, even during this intense financial crisis. The family pulled together, reaffirmed all the positive factors in their lives, and stayed largely conflict avoidant, but weathered the crisis well. The couples who did not maintain the ratio, in contrast, really struggled, quickly growing distant and disconnected. In these couples, researchers observed the husband would actually move farther and farther down the dinner table each night, away from his wife. He physically drifted away, as the two drifted emotionally as well. This mirrors what we've seen clinically in the COVID-19 era. Couples of all conflict styles who went into the pandemic on solid ground with a good foundation of friendship and fondness did well, maybe even better than usual. Meanwhile, couples who had some underlying issues really suffered.
There was this sharp divergence where couples in stable relationships pulled together more tightly, and couples who were going through a rough patch were suddenly doing really terribly. Picture that extra bit of pressure on a crack in a stone foundation. That point of weakness, which might have been holding up just fine, is going to shatter. The danger with avoidant couples is that it's less visible. They don't have explosive, volatile, or tense validating fights like other couples, so the emotional drift can happen quietly without anybody noticing the building crisis. Suddenly, these avoidant couples are in a situation where they don't have the 5-to-1. They're disconnected, and they don't know what to do about it. They're those couples you see coming into a restaurant and not talking for the whole meal. Even if they want to reconnect, they don't know how. If you and your partner are trending toward the avoidance style, know this. Our data shows that you two can do great, and getting to that magic ratio will probably be relatively easy for you, since negativity is less likely to be expressed. A little bit of intentional positivity goes a long way, but learning to get a bit more comfortable with conflict is really going to help you. It'll allow you to learn more about each other and get closer, which is truly a wonderful thing, and will guard against the drift and disconnect that can threaten avoidant couples in particular. Getting more conflict savvy will help your relationship be more resilient.
And float over the rougher waves in life that will inevitably come along. Validators, meanwhile, will need to make sure that their expressions of affirmation, love, and warmth continue to outpace the tension and negativity that will naturally occur in a fight. Let's face it, conflict has a purpose and can lead to great things, but it's not going to be all rainbows and roses while you're getting there. Validators, who can be quite rational and calm in conflict, can nevertheless get focused on logistics and lose track of the positivity piece. Don't get so fixated on getting to compromise that you forget that how you get there is a critical part of the process. Remember to keep positivity high throughout. It doesn't take much, but it does take intentionality. By contrast, volatile partnerships will need a lot of positivity to keep the scales tipped in the right direction. We just saw a successful model of this with the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, who had a lot of overt verbal sparring in their relationship, reminiscent of two athletic fencers in a lot of ways, but also a lot of humor and empathizing. Their fights would boil over into passionate overlapping debate and even shouting, but you also heard outbursts of genuine laughter, followed by, "That's a good point." Volatiles do need to keep an eye on their humor, however. When these couples start to become unhappy, the humor can turn dark. If the humor turns mean-spirited, tinged with sarcasm, it is no longer a force for positivity in the interaction. Contempt, one of the 4 horsemen, is never going to serve you in conflict, and for volatiles, it can ride in the guise of humor. Now, there are 2 final conflict styles we've identified in studying couples that we did not include in the list of healthy and potentially successful styles above, for the simple reason that these styles can never be successful. They are hostile and hostile detached. Hostile couples look more like validators than like volatiles. They are less expressive, more neutral, but instead of being collaborative, they are highly defensive. Partners repeat their own perspective but don't express curiosity, listen, or problem solve. There are a lot of "you always" and "you never" accusations. They are frequently contemptuous of each other. One couple we worked with had drifted far into hostile territory by the time they arrived in our office. This was a man and woman who'd been married for over 15 years. The guy, we'll call him Bill, was the passive, quiet type. His wife, Bobby, was more fiery. It was apparent that once, when they'd had a healthier dynamic, she'd been somewhat of the pursuer, seeking out connection and engagement from him, maybe even playfully teasing to get a rise out of him, to spark a little tiff so they could wrangle over something. Now that dynamic had turned mean-spirited and aggressive. Bobby would provoke Bill over any little thing, poking and prodding until his anger went through the roof and he suddenly blew up, shattering his calm facade. And then she'd record him with her phone. She had a whole digital library of recordings of him absolutely losing it. She'd come into therapy brandishing these videos, insisting that we watch, that it was proof of how awful he was. One day, they arrived in full-blown crisis. The situation was this. Bill had gotten Bobby a birthday gift. He had bought her a huge can of very special gourmet peanuts that he had sourced from a company based halfway around the world that was known to produce the very best peanuts. Except she was allergic to peanuts. They weren't sleeping in the same bedroom at this point, so she went into his room, unmade his bed, spread the peanuts out on the mattress, and made it up again. When he went to bed, he found himself lying down on a crunchy bed of all these fancy peanuts he'd given her. And when he burst into her room yelling, what did she do? She pulled out her phone to record. In the session, he defended himself, claiming that he'd never known she was allergic, that he had gone to these great lengths to get these very specific nuts that were grown in a far-flung part of the world and beautifully packaged. She was enraged. A major theme with this couple was that, from her perspective, he seemed to struggle to remember anything she told him. While at work, he was praised for his incredible memory and attention to detail. Did he know she was allergic, and had he done it on purpose? Or had he truly never paid any attention to her? From her perspective, they were both bad. This couple was at the point where their conflict showed all four horsemen: criticism, contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling. From the husband, once he became totally overwhelmed, and zero positivity. Hostile couples can have volatile fights, but the difference between a hostile couple and a volatile couple is that the hostile couple has little to no positivity. The ratio is completely broken. It's not 5-to-1 positive to negative. It's not even half and half. It's almost completely negative.
Their fights may look volatile, but they are in fact devoid of all the qualities that make volatile couples successful: the love, the humor, the connection, the deep engagement with what the other wants and needs. And it doesn't have to be quite so obvious as peanuts in the sheets. Another couple we worked with had been trapped in a cycle of conflict over the issue of sex for so long that their dynamic had become highly hostile. He was a surgeon who worked long hours and was rarely home, but he wanted more of a sensual, sexual relationship and needed that in order to feel close to her. She was a mom who was on her own with the kids a lot and needed to feel close to him in order to be sexual. This is not an uncommon dynamic between men and women, but it's one that can be successfully navigated with a lot of turning toward and daily connection. This couple, though, had lost the capacity to connect on this issue, or any other. Neither had had their needs met by the other in a very long time. Both were afraid of rejection. Neither felt safe, and they responded to those feelings by trying to tear each other down. Their fights were volatile, sure, but they were also incredibly hostile, devoid of any positive interactions, and laced through with contempt, criticism, and defensiveness. Him, you're cold as ice. You don't even have any sexuality anymore. I'm not even sure you're a woman. Her, how dare you? You're gone all the time while I'm raising your children. You like your patients unconscious, don't you? I bet you'd love it if I were unconscious so you could just fuck me. The difference, again, is the ratio. These fights are escalating, as can happen with volatile or even validating couples, but they have none of the positivity, the moments of validation, humor, empathy, or repair that healthy volatile couples display. So, what does it feel like to be in a hostile dynamic versus a healthy volatile one? Well, with both volatile and validating couples, there's always the risk that the conflict may begin to spiral into predominantly negative interactions. We are human. We get overwhelmed and angry. We do lash out unfairly. The critical difference is that with healthy conflict styles, repair still functions. One or both parties slows things down. They intentionally diffuse any building hostility with an infusion of positivity. Anything from an overt apology to a simple nod of, okay, I see your point, to a little inside joke that breaks the rising tension.
When couples are in the hostile dynamic, they instead seem to relish the spirals of negativity. They never pull out of it or even try to. There are no repair attempts, not even failed ones. Healthy volatile couples express a lot of emotion: anger, sadness, frustration. They might be furious at times. They might cry. The volume goes up. This can all be part of the volatile tapestry. Hostile couples are almost always using the four horsemen: contempt mostly, then criticism and defensiveness. Hostile conflict feels like a boxing match. Who's going to land the knockout punch? Meanwhile, hostile detached couples have drifted even further apart. They don't even bother arguing. They'll swipe at each other during conflict, but they are at the point where mostly they just don't care anymore. A couple in their mid-50s came in to see us in a last-ditch effort to save their marriage. They weren't sure if there was anything left to salvage, but wanted to explore every possibility before calling it quits. They'd been together a long time. Their children were now grown and off to college. They both worked full-time. He was an engineer, she an accountant. And it seemed that their lives had increasingly become more and more separate.
As they discussed this in our office, their conversation was barbed and bitter, but never escalated into an actual fight. There was not enough passion for that. "You know what?" she said. "Even with all the years we've been together, I don't think you know very much about me at all." Her husband was quiet, withdrawn. He had a habit of touching his mouth while he considered his retort. "I'd say that's true of both of us," he finally replied. "Do you have any idea how lonely that makes me feel?" "You think I'm not lonely?" he said. "I've just learned to live with it." "You're just an unfeeling person," she said, matter-of-factly. "You always have been. I guess that's who I married, the cold-hearted engineer. You only think about yourself. You probably should have just lived alone and never gotten married. Now here we are, married 20 years, with 2 kids, and it's all coming apart, and you don't even care." "That's true," he replied flatly. "I guess I really don't." This was how all their conversations went. They were each wrapped up in their own pain, had very little empathy for each other, and didn't even care enough to actually fight. When she tried to provoke him by saying, "You don't care," he didn't rise to the provocation. He just agreed. Hostile detached couples have lost even conflict as a bridge to connection.
The relationship has become a war of attrition, with both sides worn down over time. Now there's a vast no man's land between them. They take shots at each other occasionally from across the divide, but there is no healthy conflict here. Can these couples come back from the brink? Perhaps. In the 2 examples of hostile dynamic couples, the first was unsalvageable, while the second made a lot of progress in therapy with support. The hostile detached couple, above, decided to part ways. But with either dynamic, a more significant intervention is required. Ongoing hostility may have all but destroyed marriage number 1. The only way to move forward may be to think of that relationship as over and do the work to create a new one. You'll need professional support in order to recreate a healthy relationship based on trust, commitment, and friendship from the ground up. A well-trained therapist can help you start over and build marriage number 2 on more solid foundations. Regardless of where you are on the healthy conflict spectrum, and some of us are a bit of a mix, validators who trend toward the volatile or vice versa, we all need to make it a habit to inject our conflict discussions with kindness and positivity whenever we can. Ultimately, any of the 3 main conflict styles can be happy and successful, providing they keep that math equation healthy. Where things can get a bit trickier is when couples have distinct conflict styles, or to put it more scientifically, when they have a meta-emotion mismatch. The meta-emotion mismatch, a recipe for misunderstandings. How do you express emotion? How do you deal with your own emotions? How do you think others should deal with theirs? The term meta-emotion basically refers to how we feel about feelings. When couples are not aligned on conflict style, they often have what we call a meta-emotion mismatch, which is different beliefs about how emotion should be expressed and handled. Tyler and Noah, the couple we met earlier in the chapter, are a perfect example. One, Noah, who tends to shut down and stonewall Tyler during a heated argument, believes that negative emotion should be avoided. The other, Tyler, who feels iced out and rejected by his partner's refusal to engage with him on issues that come up, believes they should be expressed and explored. That's a mismatch. What we have here is a classic example of an avoider with a volatile. To a volatile, an avoider seems detached and uncaring. They interpret the avoider's behavior as, "This is not important enough to me to engage." Volatiles like Tyler are looking for passion. They want their partner to become vulnerable, and they want it right away. At the same time, this is exactly what the avoider is avoiding. They prefer not talking about things, keeping a distance from conflict. Across the 40,000 couples in our international study, this was a huge one. 83% of all heterosexual couples were experiencing issues due to a meta-emotion mismatch, followed closely behind by gay couples, 77%, and lesbian couples, 73%. Most couples coming to us for support were struggling with this. But interestingly, John, working in the Love Lab, didn't see mismatches at quite such a high rate. Within the population of study participants, who weren't opting into therapy, but simply drawn from the general population, many turned out to be aligned on their conflict style, perhaps part of the reason they fell in love to begin with, sharing an emotional language. Meanwhile, Julie, working clinically with couples who were seeking therapy, would see mismatches all the time. A likely explanation for this is that couples with a meta-emotion mismatch are self-selecting into therapy because they've hit a point in the relationship where they're really having trouble getting through to each other. In short, a meta-emotion mismatch may make it harder for two people to communicate in conflict, but not all mismatches are created equal. Let's take a peek into each. Avoidant validator. An avoidant partner with a validator probably won't run into too many problems due to the mismatch, because these styles are fairly compatible in terms of their feelings about feelings. In this couple, Hans was the avoider, Beth was the validator. He had been born and raised in Germany. Growing up, his parents never fought in front of him. There was one person in his family, his paternal grandfather, who was volatile. He was a heavy drinker who would scream and yell if the grandkids ever did anything wrong. Hans learned to avoid him, and he learned to avoid conflict too. Into adulthood, marriage, and parenthood, he believed in stepping around points of friction. He was afraid that even the most mild of conflicts might quickly get out of control and blow up. Better not to engage on the topic at all. Beth had a validating style toward conflict. She was a problem solver. She'd grown up in a family that tended to approach conflicts with a managerial, logistical style. Let's figure out a way to make everyone happy as efficiently as possible. She navigated discussions calmly, and sure, sometimes a little bit of emotion might seep in. She had noticed over time, however, that Hans would be alarmed by even the tiniest bit of frustration or voice raising from her. During a logistical discussion over, say, choosing a vacation destination, he would quickly disengage, put off the conversation for later. She tried to keep discussions even-keeled and calm, knowing that her husband was more likely to engage productively if she kept emotion out of it. Generally, things went fairly smoothly, until one of their kids ran into some trouble in school. He'd been distracted, acting out in class. Beth felt the teacher was taking a terrible approach with him, shaming, punishing, and making their child even more rebellious and defiant. But she wasn't sure what to do or how to address it. She didn't relish confrontation and, like her husband, preferred conflict discussions to stay calm. She was afraid that the conversation with this teacher would not go well and that she'd get overwhelmed. But at the same time, she couldn't let it go. Their son needed their support. Hans was completely against any intervention. His attitude was, let the kid deal with it himself. He'll just have to figure it out. Lurking underneath that facade, though, was a deep-seated fear of confrontation and conflict. Beth was frustrated. She was intimidated by the teacher, too. She needed backup from her husband and co-parent, and he wasn't willing to touch it with a 10-foot pole. When they came in to see us about this issue, we immediately went into their backgrounds to get to the root of the problem. We explored why he was terrified of rage, how his family experiences early on had turned into conflict avoidance now. This was the first Beth had heard of it. She understood now why he reacted so strongly to her voice rising even 1 degree. And she talked about her own fear, that if this teacher got really angry at her for trying to manage how she dealt with their kid, she would just shut down or cave in. As a validator, she was easily overwhelmed by high emotion or volatility. I just want you to be there with me so that she sees we are a team, Beth explained. I can do this, but I can't do it alone. 2 is better than 1. Swayed by her argument, Hans agreed to go along as backup. Beth would take the lead, and he would echo, a role that he was slightly more comfortable with, though it still made him nervous. As it turned out, the meeting went smoothly, with the two presenting a unified front. Beth was diplomatic. The teacher was fairly receptive. The conversation was productive. None of their fears about explosive conflict came to pass. This couple may have had 2 different styles, but with a little nudge from us, they were able to stretch toward each other. Avoiders and validators have a good amount of overlap in terms of approach to conflict. With some awareness of each other's style and history with conflict, they can do great. In the validator-volatile mismatch, the validator may feel overwhelmed and flooded by the volatile's high-emotion style of engagement. Meanwhile, the volatile, frustrated at not being able to get through, doubles down, raises the volume, and sometimes turns mean-spirited. Derek and Tamara, a young couple with a 9-year-old son, had just moved to rural Tennessee from Atlanta. The property had a woodpile out back, where their son loved to play and build forts. One day, he came screaming into the house to Tamara. He'd been bitten by a snake. Tamara, who tended to be volatile, absolutely hit the roof. She was terrified. Even after the doctor cleaned the bite and confirmed that it had not been a poisonous snake. Next time, it could be. There are probably snakes everywhere out there, she yelled at her husband, practically the minute he walked in the door. What are you going to do about it?
Why didn't you move that woodpile already? It never should have been that close to the house. Derek took a rational approach, not avoidant, but logical. Honey, it's very unlikely that it's going to happen again, he pointed out. I understand you're freaked out, but I think it's going to be okay. I'll move the woodpile this weekend, and in the meantime, let's reasonably think of a solution. Maybe just don't let him play out there until I get to it. I don't want to be reasonable, she raged back. This is our son's life we're talking about. Are you willing to have our son face death? Tamara, let's not be dramatic. Oh, this is being dramatic? Trying to protect our kid when you can't make 10 minutes in your busy schedule to move some wood? When are you going to do it? I'll get to it this weekend, Tamara. Jesus. We never should have moved here. At this point, Derek, overwhelmed and running out of ideas for how to respond to her, begins to disengage. With some validator-volatile combos, this dynamic can escalate over time. The volatile, not getting the response they desire across a pattern of conflicts, resorts to hostility more frequently and grows increasingly negative, trying to break through. In response, the validator becomes more and more detached. Nobody is reaching each other at all anymore. If this goes on, we can see rising contempt and stonewalling. Now we're in hostile territory.
This couple, however, had a strong friendship overall, though they were suffering a bit from not having enough time with each other lately. His new job had kept Derek away from home more than usual, and they were feeling the loss of time together. A little less opportunity for turning toward, a little more opportunity for conflict and misunderstanding. And because she was volatile, Tamara wanted immediate high engagement on the issue. When she didn't get that from Derek, who took the approach of trying to diffuse the situation, she escalated. To keep things on track for them, we had to work with Derek on really putting himself in her shoes, what it meant to be a mother and the primary caretaker at home, and what it was like to feel this immense vulnerability and fear. His validating style drove him to try to calm down the fight as his primary objective. He focused less on understanding her perspective and more on calming and facilitating her. He was steady and reassuring, but she needed someone to be worried with her so she didn't feel so alone. When he shifted tactics during conflict to be more validating, ironic, but yes, the validator needed to learn how to truly validate. It was really effective. Tamara still had more of a volatile style and tended to be more high emotion than Derek, but when he acknowledged the concern she raised, it brought the temperature of the argument way down into a range where Derek wasn't liable to get so overwhelmed. The volatile-volatile combo has its challenges, but this couple was able to thrive. Volatile-avoidant. The volatile-avoidant mismatch is, to be perfectly honest, the toughest. Here, the avoidant partner is often initially drawn to the volatile's vivacious energy. See also, opposites attract. But when they get together, the dark side comes out. They don't speak each other's language at all. They usually break up quickly. This combo has a high divorce rate. If they stay together, they are at a high risk of turning hostile. Dave, for instance, was volatile, a high conflict engager. He was comfortable with conflict, even sought it out. To him, it was its own legitimate form of interaction. He found a bit of conflict fun, exciting, even erotic. His wife, Lila, meanwhile, was more avoidant. Deeply uncomfortable with conflict, she tended to freeze up or feel attacked when he attempted to engage with her in a playfully combative way. When she didn't respond the way he'd hoped, he'd start teasing. He saw it as funny, and another volatile, in a similar circumstance, probably would have agreed and teased right back. For Lila, it did not work at all.
She found it insulting, felt cornered and attacked. When she overpaid at a valet parking lot one night, he razzed her on the way home. "You just let them walk all over you. Don't be such a wimp next time," he said. "Isn't this supposed to be the age of women's liberation? Didn't you tell me you were a feminist? Don't be such a scaredy cat." Her, softly, "Don't say that." Undeterred, he continued to poke. "Sure you are," he went on. "Like a cute little mouse. You're a scaredy cat in the bedroom too, you know." She turned her back and looked out the window. His teasing was an attack to her. Her silence, to him, was a cold rejection. What he wanted, as a volatile, was for her to jab back. Something like, "You come too quickly for us to have any fun." He might be a little wounded by that remark, but that spark of fight would entice him. Aha, now we're talking. As it was, this mismatch was too difficult. They could not be good partners to each other. She experienced his way of interacting as cruel. He experienced her as cold and shut off. In short, some meta-emotion mismatches present more of a challenge than others, and it's helpful to think about where you and your partner might fall on the conflict style spectrum. The farther apart two people are in that range of beliefs regarding how and when and whether emotion should be experienced and expressed, the more likely they are to hit rough waters during conflict, simply because on a deep level, they want to communicate so differently and have fundamentally polarized beliefs about what conflict even is. To one, conflict is to be avoided at all costs, something that triggers flooding and extreme overwhelm. To the other, conflict is an essential way to workshop issues and get closer. This is a culture clash issue. They are not speaking the same language. The data shows that usually, unless things have drifted into hostile territory, which is a different story, we are not trying to hurt each other in conflict. In one of our Love Lab studies, we set out to measure the correlation between intent and impact. When people were being critical or contemptuous, when they hurt their partners and caused them to feel flooded, did they intend to do so? Were they trying to wound each other? Overwhelmingly, the answer to that was no. We filmed conflict conversations and then asked the participating couple to review the tape of their own fight. While sitting at a control board where they could turn a dial to record their assessments of each beat of the fight in the two categories of intent and impact, they had to rate the impact their partner had on them in terms of how positively or negatively that comment or action had affected them. Meanwhile, the partner was rating his or her intention in that moment. What we found, intention did not match impact. People in conflict almost never had a malevolent intent. They were all just trying to be understood. Divergent feelings about feelings are one of the most core, foundational culture clashes you can experience in a romantic partnership. It shapes everything profoundly, including your fights, and all conflict styles diverge in one specific and very influential way: how they approach persuasion, one of the 3 stages of a fight. The stages of a fight. Every fight has the same basic structure, and it looks like this. First, we build an agenda. One or both partners express their concerns. Second, we try to persuade each other to come over to our side. And third, we attempt to reach a compromise. Agenda, persuasion, and attempt at compromise. Those are the 3 phases of a fight. Where all of our fighting styles differ is on persuasion. The avoidant fighter wants to skip persuasion entirely. In their mind, there's little point to it. That's a sinkhole, they think. I'm not going to convince them. Better just move on. The volatile fighter, meanwhile, wants to start with persuasion, skimming over the part where they listen to their partner's point of view. Validators go more methodically through the phases, but will frequently get into persuasion a little too soon, and may be too worried about keeping things nice to go deep enough. They're able to postpone persuasion a bit longer than volatile couples, but quite often can't manage to hold off long enough to actually explore the issues. Let's take one classic scenario, a fight about money. He's been spending more than she's comfortable with, and she's getting stressed. If they're validators, here's what that might look like. The anatomy of a fight. Building an agenda. Her. I was looking through the checking account last night and I see a lot of extra expenses coming out. Looks like we're going to be tight again this month. Did we really have to buy this camping gear? Him. Well, yeah, we made plans with the Davises to do that weekend trip, remember? The kids all needed sleeping bags. I know, it just seems like there's always something. We keep saying we're going to save and then we never do.
Come on, are we really spending all that much? I know we need to save a little, but what are we going to do? Never have any fun? I would love it if we could save a little. But honey, we're not really saving anything at all. Have I ever told you about my Uncle Brody? Nobody knew he was a multimillionaire. Brody, he just saved and saved. He was aloof from the family. He'd be at gatherings, but he was this quiet guy, just fading into the wallpaper. Finally, he retired at age 50. But suddenly had a heart attack and died. Turned out he'd saved $5 million and never spent a dime on himself. Lived in a studio apartment, never traveled. He had this great job with Microsoft, lots of stock. Never got to enjoy it. Okay, well, what about my mom and dad? They'd spend on frivolous stuff. And then when we really needed something, like that time our car engine melted down and we needed to fix it, we couldn't afford it. We were always behind and never had enough. It was so stressful. I can't live like that. I don't need to be like your Uncle Brody, but I want to save for travel and adventure. Well, now you contradicted yourself. Are we saving for the future or saving for travel and adventure? I hate thinking about money all day long and pinching pennies. I don't want to live like that. Okay, I hear you. But you can't just spend whatever you want whenever you want to. We have more on the credit card this month than we can pay off. That's a high interest rate, don't you know that? We're going to be paying for your morning lattes until we're dead. We have to come up with a spending plan we can stick to. I'll try, but it can't be spend $0 this week. That's not reasonable. What if we agree on an amount and take it out in cash at the beginning of the week, and when you run out, you stop spending? Can you do that?
They may find themselves having this exact same conversation next month when the checking account is short again. Now, how might other couples on the conflict style spectrum handle this? With an avoidant couple, this same fight would simply stop after the agenda-building box. They'll never progress to persuasion. Instead, they'll focus on the positives in their life and reassure each other that they really don't need to worry about this. Him: we aren't saving a lot right now, but look, we're both doing well at work, we're bound to get promotions soon, we'll probably be able to start saving next year. Her: yeah, that's true. We're doing okay. We do own the house, even if we have a ways to go on the mortgage, and paying a mortgage is kind of like a savings account. Him: the kids are looking forward to that camping trip. I think it was an okay expense. A volatile couple will barely spare the breath to build an agenda. They start with persuasion. Her: I see you bought camping stuff even though I told you we were tight this month. When are we going to start saving? We agreed that we would put money aside every month. If we don't save now, we're gonna die poor. Him: hey, let me tell you about my Uncle Brody. Tell story. Her: sounds like Brody was an idiot. Just because he was dumb with his millions, we shouldn't save at all? That's nuts. Volatiles go for immediate engagement and debate. For them, persuasion is the only part of the fight that matters. 2 important points to make here. Number 1, most people across conflict styles, except for avoiders who skip it, tend to rush to persuasion. They either leap right into it or move quickly into attempts to persuade after the issues have been laid out. And yet, between building an agenda and persuading each other, there needs to be a lot more exploration of each other's inner world, and that is something most of us do not know how to do within conflict. And number 2, you can see how these different approaches to persuasion are likely to cause miscommunications and strife. While a more avoidant person will see any attempt at persuasion as an attack, a more volatile partner may interpret a refusal to respond to persuasion as a rejection or an intentional, cold turning away. A mismatch is not a deal breaker. If this is sounding grim, we want to pause here and reassure you. If you suspect that you and your partner have a meta-emotion mismatch, you are not doomed. Always remember that we are humans, not labels. You may have one clear, strong conflict style, or you may be something of a blend of two, a gradient. The same goes for your partner. We offer these generalized profiles not to suggest that if you have a meta-emotion mismatch, it's the end of the road, but instead so that you are informed, so that you can reflect on your own beliefs about emotions and your own approach to conflict, and think about how that's allowing you to connect meaningfully with your partner, or keeping you from doing so. Take Tyler and Noah, a couple who were indeed able to reach each other across the gulf of their different conflict cultures once they realized that gulf was there. Imagine if 2 people sat down to play a board game and were handed 2 completely different sets of rules. So where do these beliefs about emotion come from? With Tyler and Noah, if you took a peek into their pasts, here's what you'd see. Tyler, the volatile half of this couple, had grown up in a family that could be volatile during conflict, but would quickly repair. The house he shared with his parents and siblings had frequent spats and explosions throughout the day, but each little storm passed quickly. In Tyler's family culture, conflict was normal, even sought out as a form of connection. In Noah's family, people tended to avoid bringing up issues, preferring to just accept things the way they were, rather than have to start a conversation that might be tense or unpredictable. His parents fought rarely, but when they did, it was bad. It escalated fast, and truly hurtful things were said, things that were hard to take back. It almost always ended with one of them storming out of the house. Once, his mother was gone for days, having left no word of where she was going or when she'd be back. He'd learned a firm and clear lesson
that conflict was to be avoided at all costs because the consequences of disagreement were simply too high. Now, there's not a clear formula for exactly why we each end up as a volatile, validating, or avoidant fighter. We are each a unique mix of our neurology and our lifetime of experiences, and we each will react differently to the forces that shaped us. If someone grew up with parents who yelled when they fought, for instance, they might mimic that and become volatile as well, or they might go the other direction and become avoidant. All of this prompts the question, can you change your conflict style? The short answer, yes. It takes a lot of work.
But if a conflict style mismatch is really causing a lot of issues for you and your partner, it can be done. We can learn to stretch into other styles to meet our partners where they are. However, you don't have to change your conflict style. The main thing for now is that you understand your current conflict style and your partner's, especially if it's different from yours. As you work toward understanding your partner's style, think of it as learning their language. And to understand your own, consider this. The way we were each raised has created deep tracks in our brain, sort of like ruts in wet cement. Given the right circumstances, our wheels will just fall right back into those old ruts. To change our conflict style, we have to carve out a new road, an alternate route to compromise. Let's say we're very volatile, but we would like to become more of a validator. That's going to take learning how to pause and take a breath before speaking, then thinking hard about what we want to say and its impact on our partner, and deciding how to say what we need to say in a kinder way. Mindfulness and meditation are great tools that can teach us how to slow things down. When our responses have been downshifted to first gear, we'll have time to consider them carefully before blurting out the wrong words. It takes practice, but it's doable. At the same time, there are all sorts of outside forces, cultural, societal, familial, that are going to be influencing our conflict styles over time. We see couples frequently who start out strongly one way, avoidant, validating, or volatile, and learn to stretch to include some of the qualities of another style. They're able to add a bit of range to their conflict style. There's a cultural context to this. For instance, with feminist advances, women have started to become more assertive and are allowing themselves to express anger, an emotion that has traditionally been reserved only for men. Women who were perhaps in the past socialized away from ever developing a volatile style are allowing themselves to embody those tendencies more fully. The bottom line, when we see people in therapy, it's not because they're one conflict style or another. It's because they're not happy avoiders, validators, or volatiles. Conflict isn't working well. They've hit a wall. Fights feel really, really bad, and they don't know how to fix it. Every couple is unique, and their specific dynamic unrepeatable. But on a basic level, there's usually one simple thing going wrong. They're not listening to each other. In contrast, when couples have at least the 5-to-1 ratio or more, they tend to be curious, open, and interested. But if positivity drops away, all that curiosity shuts down. They're attacking or defending, talking past each other. What it looks like is collective monologuing. There is a pervasive feeling on both sides of not getting through, like you're talking into a walkie-talkie and never getting anything back. No recognition, no understanding, nothing. And that feels really bad. So what we're going to do as we move through the 5 fights in this book is open up that iron curtain so that we are getting through to each other, no matter what our default style may be. Take the two of us. We started out volatile. We're still fairly volatile. We have perhaps learned to be more validating over time. We both use validating strategies in conflict, and we find that it serves us well. But even after all these years, our default tends to be volatile. That's just where our wheels land. If we look at why that's the case, it's a swirl of factors. Both of us are Jewish, and there's a saying, argument is Jewish love. It comes from our cultural origins of valuing debate as a way to understand the meaning of our holy scriptures. There's no dogma to tell us what to think. We argue and debate all the time to work out core beliefs and interpretations of the text. It's woven into our heritage. Basically, we have a 4,000-year history of being arguers. In the early years of our marriage, our volatility led to some less than ideal outcomes. We'd fight, we'd shout, Julie would get flooded, blast out the door, and hit the streets, an old pattern from childhood, and John would be left frustrated, pacing the house. We both had these strong tendencies toward big emotions, leaping to persuasion, winning the debate. John had grown up in a family where the fiery debate had been fundamentally loving, but in Julie's that was less true. Dinner table debate prioritized the men's opinions, and the women were told to shut up. And in everyday interactions, including conflict, Julie had an influential parent, her mother, who was often contemptuous and critical. That was the model of communication she'd grown up with. One weekend, when we were just married, Julie had gone down to Portland for the weekend to visit her mother. This was before we had our daughter Mariah, and Julie had recently experienced a miscarriage. She made the misstep of sharing this news with her mother, who immediately attacked her, suggesting the miscarriage was her fault. Julie drove back to Seattle seething and feeling stupid for having gone down there. She felt obligated and compelled to visit, but always came back from seeing her mother with this awful energy inside. We'd agreed to meet up for dinner after the long weekend apart at a fancy seafood restaurant right on the shores of Lake Washington. It was a popular spot, crammed with tables, and that night, every single one was full. We were elbow to elbow with the other diners. Right away, as if she were channeling her mother, Julie started criticizing John for having terrible table manners and picking up food with his fingers. John went defensive. A nasty fight, right there in the middle of the restaurant, was brewing. "Your manners are awful," Julie said, verging dangerously on contempt. All that bad feeling from the weekend with her mother leaking out into this moment. "I'm embarrassed to be with you in public." John, facing a critical moment of decision, suddenly remembered this arcade he used to go to, long ago when he was in college. One of the coin-operated arcade games had you draw a fake pistol against Wyatt Earp. If you drew faster than Wyatt, he'd say this particular line in his tinny robotic voice, which now flew into John's head. So he stood up in the middle of the busy restaurant, theatrically grabbed his chest, said, "Nice shootin', partner, you got me," and fell to the ground. The entire restaurant went silent, shocked. A waiter rushed over, thinking John had had a heart attack. Julie, meanwhile, was laughing so hard she was in tears. And that was the end of that fight, over before it had begun. We have always used humor to recover in fights, but the worst ones early on would end with Julie running. She was faster than he was. With doors slamming, with both of us being very critical and contemptuous, not realizing how damaging that is and how much more repair it takes. Thank goodness for John's research. It really has helped us, and we personally use all of the interventions we'll be walking you through in the fight section of this book. We are still a volatile couple, but over the years we have become better, kinder volatiles, and ultimately that's the goal. Not to change your conflict style, unless you really want to, but to do it better, with more compassion toward each other's enduring vulnerabilities, as John was able to do for Julie that night, understanding where she'd just come from and how it was shaping her reactions to him. So, to wrap up, your style may certainly evolve over time. You can learn to stretch to reach your partner. But it is important to recognize that we all have these deeply carved starting styles that we will always default to, especially under pressure. So, whether you're matched up with someone who shares a style with you, or you suspect you have a mismatch, talk about it. Take a few moments now to discuss with your partner. What was my formative conflict culture? What did I learn about conflict from my family of origin? What beliefs about conflict do I carry from that? Which of the three styles is my personal conflict style? What's my meta-emotion mode? How do I feel about feelings? Are some feelings easier for me to express than others? How do our conflict styles interact? Do we have the same style or different? How does this affect our conflict discussions? Building an awareness of these critical factors that shape how we fight allows us to navigate all our conflicts better going forward. Understanding your own style and your partner's style builds empathy and compassion, which means that even a fight can become a safe enough space for you to really explore your issues together and do something crucial. Figure out what you're actually fighting about, deep down. What we fight about. A recent client came to us with a history of divorce. Her first marriage had ended, and now she was on her second marriage, one she'd gone into with all the confidence in the world that it would work out for the long haul. And yet, things seemed to be once again going down the same agonizing path as before. This time, she wanted a different outcome. She loved her husband. She wanted to stay together. But no matter how hard they tried, things just seemed to be getting worse. She wondered why the pattern seemed to be repeating itself. "It's always so wonderful in the beginning," she told us. "For months, even years, it just feels easy and good and right. And then this cycle starts up. We're just clashing about everything. I mean, it feels like a negative superpower we have. We can fight about anything. We could fight about the grocery list. We can fight about something we already agree on." Just the other night, she said, she and her husband had stopped in the middle of a nasty name-calling fight and realized that what had sparked their conflict was whether to put the forks in the dishwasher pointing up or pointing down.
They stared at each other, horrified. They needed help. She summarized it this way. It seems like relationships start out great and then get to this point where nobody can say anything without starting a fight.
It's like going from ecstasy to eggshells. A question we get all the time is, what's the number one thing couples fight about? We've been asked this by patients and study participants, by TV show hosts, on the radio, by friends and new acquaintances. It's usually one of the first things people ask when they hear about our work. Maybe people think that if they can avoid that one hot topic that gets most couples fired up for a fight, they can better maintain their own relationship. Maybe they figure if they know what the big issue most couples struggle with is, they can put a little more focus on that arena and make sure it doesn't become a problem. We'd love to give you an answer, but we can't. Because the number one thing couples fight about is nothing. From ecstasy to eggshells, what are we fighting about? Scene: Matt and Sophie, a couple in their late 30s, bustle around their messy kitchen, trying to feed their 3 loud, hungry kids, while Matt gets ready to go to a late meeting. Pizza is for dinner. It's been dropped off by the delivery man, and Sophie has popped the boxes into the oven to keep warm while she gets out plates, forks, napkins. The kids swirl underfoot. She looks up and spots Matt, leaning against the counter, already eating a slice. Okay, fine, she thinks. He has to blow out the door any second, and this is his only chance to eat. But sitting behind him on the counter, the pizza boxes she was trying to keep warm. He does this all the time, serves himself first, and then leaves the food out to get cold. Is there a reason for those pizza boxes to be out on the counter? She says. Matt notes her sarcastic tone and matches it. I don't know. I guess because I happen to be eating it? Well, nobody else is ready yet. So in what square foot do you want the pizza boxes? Please enlighten me. That's a tough question. How about in the oven, which has obviously been preheating? Even the kids are picking up on the sarcasm, which is dripping from every word. The pizza is not the only thing in the room rapidly cooling. The interaction is positively chilly. Every comment sharp as an icicle. Is this a fight about pizza? Scene: Nina and Rohan, newlyweds, have just purchased their first house and are deciding where to plant a blueberry bush. Nina wants to keep it in a pot so it can be relocated more easily. Rohan wants to plant it in the yard.
It's not going to do well in the pot, Rohan says, already starting to dig. Blueberries need tons of water and drainage. How do you know that? Nina says, suddenly irritated. Are you a farmer all of a sudden? Stop digging. I didn't agree to this. Whoa, Rohan says. It's just a plant. It's just a plant, it's just a house, it's just all of our savings and a huge loan we might never pay off. Nothing is a big deal to you, I guess. There's never anything to worry about. Everything will just magically turn out fine. She bursts into tears and runs inside, leaving Rohan standing baffled with his shovel. Is this a fight about a plant? Scene: Brandon and Todd have been dating for 6 months and are getting serious. It feels like the right time to meet each other's families. A few weeks ago, they had dinner with Todd's parents and sisters, and it was a blast. They are a loving and raucous family, and they accepted Brandon immediately. He's not sure the dinner at his parents' place will be as smooth. His parents have been standoffish and stiff with his past boyfriends. On the way to dinner, they stop at the grocery store to pick up some flowers and a bottle of wine. Todd picks out a bottle. My mom doesn't like Chardonnay, Brandon says, and snatches the bottle out of Todd's hand. Okay, says Todd agreeably. How about a rosé? Brandon inspects the label. This looks cheap. It's good. I've had it before. I don't care if you think it's good. I want to bring something she thinks is good. Brandon is subdued, visibly hurt. Well, I don't think we need to spend a lot of money to make a nice gesture. You're not listening to me. Of course I am, but what the hell are you even saying? Pick whatever wine you want. I'll pay for it. Brandon slams the bottle back on the shelf and storms out of the wine section, calling over his shoulder. Forget it. Let's just not even go. Is this a fight about wine? When we say the number one thing we fight about is nothing, what we mean is that just about anything can spur conflict between partners if the conditions are right. Pizza, a plant, a bottle of wine, these were certainly the topics that sparked the fights above, but there are quite clearly deeper issues at play in all of these examples. When you see two partners locked in a heated argument over something that seems trivial, usually it's not trivial at all. Our conflicts have subterranean fuel.
Stuff below the surface that's driving that fight about how to divide domestic labor, or what to spend money on, or what to do with our free time this weekend. More deeply, we are often fighting about values. What is love? What is a home? What does it mean to be a family? Unrecognized needs. There are many, but some big ones are the needs for play, connection, and romance. 80% of couples starting therapy say there's no romance anymore. Hidden dreams. What are my hopes and dreams, both now and for the future? What is my life purpose, my reason for being here? A big part of satisfying long-term love is developing the capacity to realize when what we're actually fighting about is not cold pizza, but a longing for efforts to be appreciated. Not a plant, but the pressures of new commitment and not having had the space to talk about it. Not the price of a bottle of wine, but a deep fear of parental rejection. But the truth is, this is hard to do, and that's because, typically, we don't sit down together at the table and calmly say, "So, honey, what do you want to fight about today?" Instead, it flares in moments like the above, in the busyness of life, in the moments we planned to be good moments, under pressure, and out of nowhere, as so many couples say. One major reason for that is failed bids for connection. Bids for connection, a key piece of the conflict puzzle. A bid for connection is, simply put, anything you do or your partner does to try to get the other person's attention and connection with them. This can be a comment or a gesture. It can be subtle or overt. It can be positive or negative. Saying to your partner, "Look at this funny meme," while holding out your phone is an obvious bid for connection. Sighing sadly might be a more subtle one. The main thing to note, though, is that we're not talking here about big, deep chats or "we have to talk" type summits. These are the small, fleeting moments throughout the day, the minor asides and interactions that can be easy to miss if you're busy or stressed. But what we saw in the Love Lab with our 3,000 couples is that they mattered a lot. When we observed couples, we saw that routinely, there are 3 possible ways that partners tend to respond to each other's bids for connection. They turn toward, meaning they respond positively to their partner's bid. So for the examples above, that would look like this.
You say to your partner, "Look at this funny meme," and they look, laugh, and maybe comment, "Oh yeah, I saw that one. It's perfect." Or in the other example, your partner sighs sadly. You say, "What's wrong, honey?" They turn away, meaning they ignore their partner's bid. You hold out your phone, but they're too busy to look. "One sec," they murmur, and keep typing an email. Or your partner sighs, but you don't respond at all. You pretend you didn't hear their sigh. They're always upset about something, and you don't want to open a can of worms right now. They turn against, meaning they respond negatively or harshly to the bid. You hold out your phone, and your partner snaps, "Didn't I just ask you to stop interrupting me? I'm trying to finish this work email." Or your partner sighs, and you slam your laptop shut in frustration. What is it now? When couples in high conflict come to see us, one of the first things we try to find out is, has there been a pattern of turning toward, or has life together been defined by turning away, or even turning against? For a couple struggling with constant or intense conflict, the answer to that can be incredibly illuminating. In the 7 longitudinal studies we conducted through the Love Lab, following couples for as long as 2 decades, we found that bids for connection, these small, ordinary, fleeting moments that fill up our days, were one of the biggest predictors of the future health of that relationship. Happy couples turned toward their partners a lot, while unhappy couples tended not to. And when 6 years later we followed up with our couples who had stayed 24 hours in our apartment lab and analyzed our data, we found a sharp divergence. The masters of love, the couples who stayed together and stayed happy and stable, had turned toward each other's bids for connection 86% of the time. In troubled couples, it was only 33% of the time. Why did it matter so much? Because bids for connection that are turned toward become money in the bank for a relationship. We started calling partners' responses to each other the emotion bank account. Every time partners notice and turn toward a bid, even the subtle ones, and especially the negative ones, it's like dropping a coin in that metaphorical piggy bank. Couples that turn toward a lot have a deep, full well of goodwill, connection, and affection to draw on.
When they find themselves in moments of friction over anything from dinner, potted plants, or cheap wine, to issues of caretaking and fairness, home and permanence, acceptance, and respect. Meanwhile, couples who show a pattern of turning away or turning against will already be in the red. That means when they arrive at a conflict moment, there's little or no goodwill and affection to draw on to buffer the conflict from becoming harsh. Any fight can turn into a nasty one when partners are disconnected, when bids have been routinely missed or ignored. We're more likely to misinterpret each other and assume the worst. We're predisposed to have a negative lens on our partner or our partner's actions, instead of the capacity to give each other the benefit of the doubt. We are more likely to resort to the 4 horsemen: criticism, contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling, when the emotion bank account is drained. If increased or worse conflict has been an issue for you and your partner lately, it's worth asking yourselves, how have your recent bids for connection toward your partner been received? How have you responded to your partner's bids for connection? Has there been a pattern lately of turning away or even turning against? How full is your emotional bank account right now? To evaluate, ask yourself how true the following statements feel. I'm looking forward to spending time with my partner today. There's shared humor between us. When we spend time together, we have fun. I have a sense of what's going on with my partner this week, what they're stressed about or feeling proud of. When I look at my partner, I feel grateful for their presence and for what they contribute to our relationship and our home. I wake up in the morning with a sense of we-ness. Even if my partner and I have a busy day, I feel supported and feel that they have my back. I don't wake up feeling alone. If you answered not really to any of the above, then your emotional bank account may be a little low. If none of the above felt very true, then it may be seriously in the red. Which brings us back to the beginning of this list: bids for connection. It may be time to make an intentional effort to turn toward each other a lot more, in small ways, every day, to build that account back up. If you're not getting an A+ on bids for connection in your own self-assessment right now, know that you're not alone. Please don't beat yourself up. Let's look at the odds against you. What do you think the chances are that both you and your partner are going to be emotionally available to connect in the same moment? In other words, that one of you will make a bid and the other one will be open and available to receive it. Spoiler alert, the math is not in our favor here. Even if you are emotionally available to connect with your partner roughly 50% of the time, and your partner is available to connect with you about the same amount, the chances of both your availability overlapping is 0.50 times 0.50, or 0.25. So the odds that your availability overlaps is only 25%. That means 75% of the time, you and your partner's availability will be mismatched. So if you're leaving it to chance and not intentionally turning toward each other, the odds of your magically finding each other in a moment of openness and availability at the same time are pretty darn slim. So before we get into the specific conflict strategies starting in the next section of the book, your first mission is just this: turn toward. Our lives are not always set up to make this easy. We have so many pressures: work demands, kids, extended families, urgent tasks, all those never-ending logistics of life. And those pressures are real. In a groundbreaking observational study run by the Sloan Center at UCLA, researchers found that dual-income couples with children spoke to each other, one-on-one, for an average of only 35 minutes per week. That is not a lot of time. We need to be intentional about this. To put down the phone, close the email window, put away the book or the urgent briefing we're reading, pause the dishes or the laundry. A lot of things seem, in the moment, so much more urgent than chatting with your partner about the bird they just spotted out the window, or pausing to ask them why they look stressed. But in the long term, they aren't. Decades of data backs this up. These fleeting opportunities for connection that are sprinkled throughout every day have an enormous power to affect the future unfolding of our relationship. Not only do they keep us connected, but they build trust. And in conflict, we are always asking, can I trust you? Can I trust you to have my best interests at heart? Can I trust you to be kind to me right now? Can I trust you to treat me with respect during this conversation? Can I trust you to be a team with me, even though we're disagreeing? The answers to these questions matter, regardless of whether the conflict we're in is solvable or perpetual. The 2 types of fights: solvable versus perpetual. As we mentioned in the introduction to this book, all our fights fall into one of 2 categories: solvable or perpetual. Our solvable fights have solutions. They can be resolved. This doesn't mean they're always easy to resolve.
More on this in a moment. But fundamentally, these are problems with solutions, and once fixed, they aren't likely to come up again. Our perpetual problems, meanwhile, aren't going anywhere. These are the conflicts we will never resolve, but will have to live with and manage for the duration of our partnerships. While the specific points of perpetual conflict will be different for each couple, every couple has them. And for every couple, they represent the vast majority of conflicts. When we brought couples into the Love Lab to observe their interactions and their conflict discussions, and then followed up with them every few years over the course of up to 2 decades, we saw that couples were coming into the lab year after year and fighting about the same stuff over and over. We would observe a couple in the lab arguing about, say, their social life and how often to go out with friends versus stay home. One partner loved to see friends and felt happy and energized when connected to community. The other missed quiet time with their partner and felt ignored and awkward at parties. When we brought the couple back in, it was still a point of contention. 6 years later, they were still fighting about whether to go to a party on a Friday night. The only things that had changed were their clothes and hairstyles. Why is this a perpetual problem for this couple? Because swirling under the question of whether to accept or decline a simple party invite is a whole lot of other stuff. Stuff that has to do with this couple's personality differences, an extrovert and an introvert, their differing needs within the relationship, and priorities surrounding how they want to spend their time. Is this conflict destined to break them apart? Absolutely not. But this is an area where they differ significantly. And so they're going to need to figure out ways, over and over again through the course of their lives, to address the conflict, express their needs, create compromise, and to a certain extent, be accepting of each other's differences. Remember that 69% of our conflicts fall into the perpetual category. That's a lot of conflict to live with. But here's what the masters of love understand. Perpetual conflict is inevitable in any relationship.
When we choose someone for life, in addition to choosing someone to love, we're choosing a set of forever conflicts, points of friction that will always heat up from time to time, and sometimes maybe start a little fire. There is no magical, conflict-free relationship out there. It simply doesn't exist. The goal then is to live well with these points of conflict, to accept that they are there, and to approach them with compassion and curiosity, rather than defensiveness and criticism. So, what kinds of conflicts tend to be solvable and which are perpetual? It depends. For any given couple, any given topic, from finances to housework to parenting to how to load the dishwasher, might be solvable or it might be perpetual. The question is the problem limited to this one scenario, or does it link to a deeper conflict, one that is echoed in other fights, and that connects to an underlying core difference between the two of you, in your personalities, your values and priorities, your beliefs about how things should be? Sometimes a fight about how to put the forks in the dishwasher is just a fight about forks. You're both irritable, you haven't connected much lately, and something dumb blows up. It happens. But if you find yourselves screaming at each other over the open racks of cups and plates and silverware, you never listen to me, it's always your way or the highway, then you might need to have a conversation about control and influence in the relationship. If you're fighting about which car model you should buy next, this might be a solvable problem with an easy decision to reach, or it can start World War III, with differences in class backgrounds causing clashes about how you want to present yourselves to the world now, e.e. what car you're seen driving. Now, think of the last fight, or 2, or 3, you and your partner had. Which category did those conflicts fall into? If they were perpetual, what do you think the underlying issue or issues might be? Is it something that has surfaced in one form or another in other conflicts? Maybe there are unmet needs or frustrated goals lurking under there for you. Maybe there's a way you feel life should be approached that you and your partner aren't aligned with at this time. Don't worry about discussing the topics with your partner right now. We don't want you fighting before we've given you new tools to help you calmly discuss your issue. And if they were in the solvable category, how did those fights feel? Even solvable fights can feel pretty bad. Especially when we're making some common conflict mistakes. Were you and your partner able to arrive at a solution or compromise? Or did you get stuck? It's okay if you did. This is common. Ultimately, though, regardless of whether your fight is solvable or perpetual, there's still one unifying factor in whether that conflict becomes damaging: the common denominator in fights that go wrong. All fights that go wrong typically have one major thing in common: dismissing our partner's negative emotions. Our knee-jerk reaction to strong emotions directed at us is often to minimize, invalidate, dismiss. But if we don't have the ability to listen to our partner's emotions without defensiveness, the fight is going to escalate, no matter if the problem is solvable or perpetual. When negative emotions aren't listened to, they intensify because we can't get our partner's attention. So we escalate, we get flooded. The four horsemen appear. We end up in a conflict that is difficult to repair and heal from. What causes escalation? Negative emotion is expressed. I'm really upset you forgot my birthday. Partner responds by minimizing or dismissing. We celebrated last week. It's not a big deal. Emotion intensifies. Flooding likely. Four horsemen enter: defensiveness, criticism, contempt, stonewalling. Escalation. Damage. Here's the thing about solvable versus perpetual. When it comes to how to fight right, it doesn't matter much which type of fight you're having. Perpetual problems will have this existential quality and can feel much bigger. But solvable problems still need our best conflict management skills to be successfully solved. We're going to use the same strategies to ensure that we fight with kindness and that everyone is heard. However, being able to ID which type of fight it is will help you clarify your goal. Are you working toward a solution to an isolated problem, or are you working to understand each other better and manage a long-term point of conflict between the two of you? One of the biggest misconceptions about conflict that we see among couples is this persistent and pervasive belief that all conflicts should be resolved, or there's something wrong with the relationship. That's pure myth. Let it go. Most of your conflicts will never be fully resolved, and that's okay. It's good, in fact, normal and healthy. When the underlying causes are not addressed, however, perpetual problems can become a wedge of discord between couples. If our fights over perpetual problems become so repetitive and unproductive that we can no longer open up to each other at all or make any headway toward resolution or compromise, we can end up in gridlock, which is not a happy place to be.
Gridlock. What is it, and how do we get out? Here's what gridlock looks like. The same fight, over and over, and it feels awful. Affection, warmth, and humor have disappeared. The four horsemen show up more and more. You are each deeply entrenched in your positions. You can't seem to make any progress toward compromise or resolution. You feel like you can't compromise. If you give an inch, your partner will take a mile. Your partner probably feels the same. You end up hurt and frustrated every time you and your partner discuss this issue. You're becoming more and more polarized. The more your partner fights you on this, the more aggressively you feel you have to defend your own position, and vice versa. As with one of those ever-tightening finger trap toys, the harder you each pull, the more stuck you become. You feel rejected by your partner. You're becoming more and more disconnected. In gridlock, we become completely shut down to each other. There's no listening, no opening up to each other, no collaborating, no understanding. We may become so worn down by the repetitive conflict that we don't even show much emotion anymore. After having the same fight a dozen, 100, 1,000,000 times, it feels like. All the emotion, the warmth, the passion, even the anger has been wrung out. We vilified each other in our minds. You're so selfish, so stubborn. There's no getting around you. We'll never figure this out. Gridlocked conflict discussions might end with one partner saying, hopelessly, I don't want to talk about this anymore. We've been through this so many times. We want to give up. When we talk about gridlock, we are generally talking about one particular problem area. In that way, it's different from the hostile conflict style. In a hostile dynamic, that hostility has taken over all of a couple's conflictual interactions. Anytime there is friction or disagreement, the hostility comes out.
But any of the conflict styles can become gridlocked around a specific topic. So what hot topics do we tend to get gridlocked about? Absolutely anything. We can end up in gridlock over issues that, to an outsider, might look trivial, even childish. Observing two people in a gridlocked conflict conversation, you might think, well, I can think of half a dozen potential solutions to their problem. Why can't they just work together and figure out something to try? But inside gridlock, this feels impossible. And that's because, as with all perpetual problems, gridlocked conflict is about something much deeper than the topic at hand. Here's what we found. Almost all gridlocked conflict is actually about unfulfilled dreams.
We all have hopes and dreams for how we want our lives to unfold. Sometimes we've articulated those dreams to our partners, but a lot of the time we haven't. Maybe we haven't even articulated them to ourselves. Maybe they've taken a more latent form, a drive, an ache, a desire, a feeling of missing something important. Take Amy and Matthew, an Asian American couple living near San Francisco. They have 2 little kids and have outgrown the tiny 2-bedroom bungalow they've been renting since before they were married. They've long wanted to buy a house with more space for the kids. But the area is expensive, and so far they haven't been able to afford it. They talk a lot about how to advance in their respective careers. Amy is currently working part-time as a grant writer for a local nonprofit. Matthew is a UX designer for a certain large social media company. Amy, who shifted to part-time work when the kids were born, is interested in something more full-time, while Matthew has been trying to advance internally to become a project manager. They both worry about money, being able to pay off their student loans, afford a house, afford college for the kids. So when a great job opportunity comes along for Matthew that offers a 30% pay increase and the exact role bump he's looking for, it seems like a no-brainer. There's only one problem. The job is with a tech company in Seattle, so the family would have to move, and soon. They give him 2 weeks to make the decision. The conversation between Amy and Matt about whether or not to take the job starts out fine, then quickly devolves. They began by running the numbers in a spreadsheet: cost of living, cost of moving, how far the salary increase will go both immediately and then over time. But the financial picture isn't clear-cut. Moving is a huge expense, and the cost of living in Seattle isn't any better than it is where they are. They still won't be able to afford to buy. But eventually we will, if I take the job, Matt insists. Sure, the first year my raise is going to get swallowed up by moving expenses, but after that we'll start making progress. Is that really worth it, though, to go through all the stress of moving, ripping the kids out of school, just to struggle as much financially as we do here? I'm telling you, it'll be worth it in the long run. Well, what if it's not? What if we put another 10 grand on a credit card to move and rent a new place, and we never pay it off, like everything else we say we're going to pay off? We can't keep doing this. Amy, the way we get out of debt is making more money. Matt is getting more adamant. This is not advanced algebra. You know what? If you were better at math, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation. By now, Amy is in tears. The problem is, they are trying to hash this out as if it's a money issue. It's about a whole lot more than that, and neither of them is admitting or even realizing that fact. Underneath her protests about how much moving will cost, Amy is terrified to lose the community they've built in their current neighborhood. Friends, schools, support networks. With their youngest about to turn 3 and more independent, she's been able to have a little more freedom, going out with friends and reconnecting. She's feeling like she's just getting her life back. And now Matt wants her to give it up and go forge a whole new one. She had a vision of a life here. Is giving up that life worth it for a job? Matt, meanwhile, has spent the last couple of years getting passed over for promotions. It feels like nobody at his current job sees the value he brings. Recently, his supervisor discouraged him from even applying to a project manager job that was opening up in his department. The place has felt like a dead end, and it has really been getting to him, making him feel like a dead end. When he went to interview for the new job, the team was excited about bringing him on board. They saw his skill and experience. It felt amazing to be valued, and for his potential to be seen. Matt had a vision of a career where he could move forward, grow, do work that brings him joy. Is it worth passing on this rare opportunity to stay in an expensive city where they continue to struggle? But these deeper issues are invisible. Meanwhile, their fight about finances recycles daily, getting more and more acrimonious as the deadline for Matt's decision closes in. Can they get out of gridlock? Yes,
even the most entrenched gridlock can be overcome. But we have to be able to explore the deeper issues coursing under the surface of that gridlocked fight. We have to be able to share those very personal, very significant life dreams with each other.
Only then can we start to look for a way forward that honors both of those dreams. When it comes to the couple above, they might end up moving for this job, or they might end up staying put while Matt looks for exciting opportunities locally. There is no right answer, but the answer that's right for them will emerge only when they actually start talking about the vision they each have for the life they want and how that's showing up in this conflict. When we see couples in gridlock, we go right to dreams as quickly as we can. What is the core need that is not being met? The dream that is unrequited? And why is it so central to your sense of self? If you asked us, what do we fight about? This is the single answer that could wrap up just about all our perpetual fights into one single bundle: dreams. And that's why all of our blueprints for conflict are going to take us through dreams within conflict before we move toward any kind of resolution or compromise. We have to do this first. And having a baby would mean giving those up for a little while. John tried to accommodate her dream. He tried thinking, maybe we don't need kids to be happy. But he in fact did. For this conflict, there was no resolution or compromise possible, and it was nobody's fault. If you feel that your dreams and your partner's may be in opposition, know this: most times, both dreams can be accommodated, even if it doesn't seem possible right now. If you are at the beginning of your conflict journey, then be open to the possibility that as you move through the coming chapters, new paths forward may very well open up to you and your partner, ones you can't even see right now from where you currently sit. And if you do progress through our conflict blueprint and find that you are indeed in a situation like John's above, then we hope that by following this roadmap, you'll be able to come to the end of this relationship with compassion and understanding instead of hurt and vitriol. In our long history of working with couples, we found only 3 deal breakers in this department that couples cannot or should not overcome.
85% of the time, the victim is a woman. Our research identified 2 types of perpetrators with characterological DV: pit bulls and cobras. Pit bulls are jealous and possessive. They fear abandonment and tend to isolate their partners from friends and family. Cobras, meanwhile, are unpredictable, erratic, and explosive, and strike out of nowhere. Neither type of perpetrator will truly take responsibility for the violence, instead blaming the victim for causing it through her or his behavior. There is no effective treatment for characterological DV. If you are experiencing this, get out of the relationship. Deal breaker number 2, refusal to seek help for addiction. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, some 40 million individuals in the United States alone struggle with a substance abuse disorder, and it is a disorder, not a moral failing. Recovery is absolutely possible, and there are many trained therapists in our network who focus on helping couples through the recovery process. Recovery can be a long road. Partners of those working to overcome addiction will need support in taking care of themselves, healing from the trauma and betrayal of the effects of addiction, and reconnecting and rebuilding trust. We often focus on creating new rituals of connection for couples who are working to overcome addiction issues, as old rituals of connection, like holidays or going out to eat, just for example, can cause relapses. Unfortunately, many people never seek treatment. In a survey, the reasons people gave for this included difficulty finding the specific treatment they needed, difficulty affording treatment, and worry about what others, their family, neighbors, and coworkers might think. But the number one reason was that they did not think they needed it. If addiction is causing suffering for you in your relationship, and your partner cannot or will not recognize that and seek help, there may not be a path forward. Addiction is not a deal breaker. Many struggle with this at some point or another. But a refusal to address it may very well be. Deal breaker number 3, differences surrounding having children. The decision to have a child or not shapes a couple's life in every way. When one person's dream is a child-free life and the other dreams of becoming a parent,
the best thing may be to part ways. Even when there's a lot of love, couples can make a lot of creative compromises to accommodate dreams that might seem in opposition at first. More on this later. But the dream of becoming a parent, or not, may not be something you can give up.
If this has been a point of friction in your relationship, the dreams within conflict discussion we'll take you through in the next section of the book can hopefully help you get clear on whether there is a way forward, or if the life you need to live in order to feel fulfilled is very different from the one your partner needs. Know that, for most couples, it's not going to be the case that the dreams within conflict conversation spells the end of the relationship. We've seen that 87% of the time, even couples in the most entrenched gridlock can achieve major breakthroughs using the conflict blueprint we'll lay out in the next section of the book, in large part because it allows us to uncover and make space for both partners' core needs and dreams. If you and your partner have come to this book with a goal to fight better, then no matter what your starting point is, we're willing to bet that this isn't the end of the road, but perhaps a turn onto a new one. The top 10 myths about conflict. In this first part of the book, we've covered Conflict 101. We've gone over the basics of why we fight as much as we do with the ones we love, where our styles of fighting come from and how that shapes our fights, and what we're really fighting about when we fight. Now we move to a more advanced class, how to fight right. If you and your partner were coming in to see one of us in a clinical setting, we'd start the way we often start, by dispelling some of the most common misconceptions about love and conflict that can trip up even the most solid of couples. Some of these are recaps of important concepts we've already covered here, and some are new. Myth number 1. Once we find a solution to the big fight we're having right now, we'll be all set. No more fighting. Reality. Most conflicts are perpetual. We need to learn to approach conflict differently at a fundamental level, not how to solve one particular fight. Myth number 2. If conflict exists in our relationship, we're not supposed to be together. We are bombarded with fairy tale versions of romance, and they lived happily ever after. None of the stories that pervade our culture, from children's books to rom-coms, end with, "And they lived happily ever after, fighting over whose turn it was to take out the garbage every Monday for the rest of their lives." If they did, maybe we'd all be better off. Reality. Conflict is unavoidable,
Even for the happiest of couples. Myth number 3. A conflict is a problem to be solved. Our urge to solve problems is so powerful. And yes, a third of our conflicts generally have a solution, but most don't. Reality? We manage most of our conflicts through continuing dialogue. We don't resolve them. Myth number 4. One of us is right and one of us is wrong. Reality? Both partners' experiences and points of view are valid. Both of their realities are true. What matters is how we each see things, how we feel, what we need, and if we can hear and validate each other. This is always more important than who is right. Myth number 5. Men are more logical than women. Women are more emotional than men. This fallacy persists to this day, and the stereotype is damaging, limiting, and simply untrue. An international study examined what made people emotional over the course of a typical day and found that there was absolutely no difference based on gender identity. People were emotional about the same stuff, with the same frequency. Reality? Logic and emotion do not have genders. Men have emotions and need to express them, and women need to be listened to and believed when they describe their reality. Myth number 6. The best conflict management is logical, rational, and unemotional. This is a more common view among conflict-avoidant couples, but it shows up across the board and often becomes an issue with meta-emotion mismatches, where one partner thinks the goal is logic and the other thinks the goal is connection or expression. Reality? Neuropsychological research has shown that emotions and logical thinking are intertwined when it comes to problem solving. One can't problem solve well without information derived from one's emotions. So the best conflict management allows us to understand each other better through listening to each other's feelings and ideas. Myth number 7. Negative emotions are bad and should be avoided. We believe we can think our way out of negative emotions.
which makes us impatient with our partner's negative emotions as well as our own. We think anger is bad and should be avoided. Reality? There is nothing wrong with anger. What matters is how anger is expressed. We should never express anger by aiming contempt or criticism at our partner. Myth number 8. Nobody can hurt you unless you let them. This emerged from New Age philosophy, and a lot of people believe it, that you have, or should have, 100% control over your own emotions. You choose to feel hurt by that comment. You choose to feel betrayed by that action.
The appeal is the belief that your emotions can be controlled and changed, especially the negative ones, and that if you choose to not feel hurt, then no one can hurt you. The flip side is that you are also relieved of any responsibility toward your partner. If you say something that they say hurts them, that's their problem, not yours. But this is not how we humans work. Emotions are as instinctive and primal to us as feeling hungry when we haven't eaten for many hours, or tired when we haven't slept well. Emotions are hardwired into our brains, and given the right conditions, varying emotions will surface accordingly. If someone says something contemptuous to us, we're likely to feel hurt and angry. If anniversaries mean a lot to us, and our partner forgets ours, we'll probably feel hurt. But we can heal those hurts if we want to. Reality: we can and do hurt each other. All couples do this, no matter how great a relationship they have. The difference between master couples and the disasters is that the master couples process what happened and repair it. Later on, we'll show you exactly how. Myth number 9. You have to love yourself before you can love somebody else. Nobody loves themselves all the time in every way. We all have self-doubts and moments when we're self-critical and not self-loving. If we had to be perfectly good at loving ourselves before having a relationship, most of us wouldn't have relationships. The fallout from this belief is that if your relationship fails, no matter what's happened, it's all your fault because you haven't been self-loving enough. The responsibility for anything going wrong is on you. Not true. In most cases, that old maxim, "it takes two to tango," applies to our relationships and our fighting too. What may be wrong is that we're attempting to fight with the wrong tools, rather than the right tools that can help us fight calmly and kindly. Reality: we all have enduring vulnerabilities, triggers, traumas, wounds that may never fully heal, and these vulnerabilities may lead us to not perfectly love ourselves. We can still have a lifelong relationship. Our work as life partners is to care for each other, even in conflict, and to love our partners even when they can't love themselves. Myth number 10. To be allowed to have needs, we have to justify or explain them. So much of dysfunctional conflict has to do with this deeply ingrained belief that we're not entitled to our needs. Many of us have grown up in a culture where need is a dirty word. We're supposed to be independent, stand on our own 2 feet, and not need anything from anyone, including our partner. If we do have a need, the only way we can justify it is to prove how bad our partner has been to us, thus opening up this need in us. It's their fault that we have a need. Reality: human beings are pack animals. For eons, we've survived by grouping together and communicating with each other in order to nurture each other and ward off danger. In other words, we are built to have needs, as our needs bind us together and help us thrive together. You can have needs and should have needs without justification, but your responsibility is to communicate them. One of the big reasons conflicts escalate is that we don't ask for what we need. Instead, we expect our partners to read our minds and magically fulfill our need. We haven't met any mind readers lately, and until we do, all of us should be voicing our needs loud and clear. No more myths or big mistakes. How to fight right. We make a lot of mistakes in conflict because of the persistent myths above, because of our different conflict cultures, and because fighting right is not something we talk about a lot or teach people how to do. But conflict doesn't have to mean pain and suffering. While it may never be fun, it can become simply one of the many threads in our nuanced and richly textured lives, something we accept as an inevitable part of loving and living with someone for the long haul, and something we know how to use for good. But to use our points of friction to actually know each other better, we have to stop making the same mistakes over and over again and utilize some basic yet powerful pivots. So the next section of this book is going to walk you through the anatomy of a fight, from beginning to end. We're going to go step by step, from the moment a fight flares up, through the murky middle, and all the way to the aftermath.
We'll point out every fork in the road where we typically go wrong and show you how to pivot to take a better path. The following fights will take you through each major point in a conflict where you have the power to shape the way your next fight goes, and in doing so, to alter the course your relationship takes moving forward. We'll answer the burning questions most couples have. How do we bring up an issue without starting World War III?
When the conversation is headed in the wrong direction, how do we get it back on track? How can we be collaborative during a conflict when tensions and emotions are running high? How can we set aside defensiveness and combativeness and explore the deeper issues at play? How do we reach a compromise in which nobody feels like they're sacrificing too much? How do we process and repair things when a conflict goes badly and make sure we don't repeat the same patterns again? Each fight we take you through here will present data from the lab and from our recent research, including an international study with 40,000 couples who opened up to us about their conflicts. Each chapter will offer a kind of X-ray of a fight, showing the underlying causes at play that are not immediately visible, even to the people fighting. Each will reveal several key interventions that you have the power to enact immediately with your partner, and each will feature a real example of a couple we've worked with, or one who generously shared their stories with us, who were able to flip their fights from destructive to productive, from gridlock to openness and greater closeness. Some of the fights we show you in this next section get pretty intense, including one of our own. These are stories about real humans. They make mistakes. They say hurtful things, just like the rest of us. But we're going to give you one spoiler alert. All of these couples are success stories. Now let's dive in, starting at the moment a fight begins. Part 2. The 5 fights everybody has. Fight number 1. The bomb drop. Mistake starting off wrong. Kristen and Steve are on the edge of a cliff. This is not a metaphor. This is Sedona, Arizona. It's hot, dry, and absolutely beautiful. The desert sky is a cornflower blue. The rocky path under their feet as they hike along is an impossible color of red. The cliffs, sheer rock faces that plummet below them and rise high above, are striated, as though the colors of the desert sunrise have been baked into the rock. Kristen is taking it all in, delighted. It feels amazing to be here. Just she and Steve, out in nature, on an adventure, finally. It's the first adults-only vacation they've taken in a long, long time, probably since they had kids, and their oldest has just turned 10. This trip is long overdue. The trail is getting steeper, but Kristen feels great to be pushing herself physically. Usually they have to do things at the kid's speed. She checks behind her to make sure her husband is keeping up. He is 15 years older than she, after all. But he's always been active and fit, which was one of the things that first attracted her to him, back when he was her cardiologist, her heart doctor, something they joked about a lot once they succumbed to all the subtle flirting and finally started seeing each other. She scrambles up a slippery segment of the narrow path, loose pebbles scattering under her boots. She's eager to get to the top. The guidebook said there'd be an incredible view from up there. Steve, meanwhile, is nervous, very nervous. They haven't seen anyone else on this trail since they took that left fork a while back. And on the one hand, it's a good thing they haven't. It's narrow enough that it would be hard to pass anyone else coming down. On the other hand, maybe nobody else on this trail means they're the only ones crazy enough to be on it. One wrong step and you'd be over that cliff edge and down a very long way. When Kristen showed him the map of this trail this morning, there'd been no topography information to suggest that they'd be hiking inches away from certain death the entire time. He isn't much for hiking to begin with, but she was so excited about it, he figured he'd give it a shot. But this is not what he'd had in mind. And now the trail is narrowing even more, curving up steeply around a sheer rock wall. Kristen scrambles up, a shower of rocks clattering down after her. And Steve stops. His whole body has frozen up. This is a terrible idea. Continuing up this path is lunacy. "Honey," he says. She turns and looks at him, and immediately her face darkens. She knows exactly what he's going to say. "I don't think this is such a good idea." "Steve, come on." Her tone is tense, brittle. "We're almost there. Don't be silly." She turns to keep hiking. "Don't be silly." He bristles. I'm not going any further," he says, trying to keep his own tone even and calm, rational. "And I don't want you to either. This trail is too dangerous.
This was a terrible idea. We're heading back down. Kristen looks at her husband, stopped there on the trail with his walking stick and big floppy hat. His day pack full of water bottles and snacks. The anger and frustration she feels are like a pressure building in her chest. She feels like she's going to explode. "Of course you won't go," she says. She is seething.
I should have known you'd be too much of a pussy to go on a hike with me. It's always the same story with you. Reasons we can't do this, reasons we can't do that, and so condescending. You treat me like a child. Well, guess what? I'm going to the summit. Are you coming with me? Or are you going to act like a coward like always? He stares at her, shocked and angry, unable to respond. Are you going to grow some balls, Steve? Or just fucking stand there? He locks eyes with his wife. A long, scorching moment passes. Then he turns and stalks back down the slippery path, thinking, if I fall off this cliff, she'll feel pretty bad. Kristen watches him go. He disappears around a bend, leaving her alone on the high red ledge. She can't believe he just turned his back and abandoned her here. She thinks, if I fall off this cliff, he'll feel pretty bad. Steve has stormed off, so there's a brief lull, but neither of them is able to calm down. Both are hurt, humiliated, and furious. Kristen heads down the path after her husband. She has plenty more to say to him about this ruined vacation, one she had waited so long for and had so looked forward to, after doing everything, as always, every single day, for Steve and the kids. Never anything for herself. And he can't do this one small thing for her? He can't push himself an inch out of his precious little safety zone? It's pathetic, and she's about to tell him so. When he hears her footsteps behind him, he whirls around. He has plenty to say to his wife about her recklessness, her selfishness, and her nasty accusations. What kind of a wife treats her husband like that? What kind of mother behaves that way in front of her children? Because she has. This isn't the first time she's lashed out at him. He never should have married someone so young and immature, and he's about to tell her so. The conversation that Kristen and Steve have on the trail, on the edge of a 1,000-foot cliff, does not go well. This fight started hot, and it never cools down, not even a little. They scream over each other. He threatens divorce. She cries. It ends when they are both so flooded and overwhelmed, they can't continue. They make it down and ride back to the hotel in their rental car, in icy silence. A narrow and critical window of opportunity. 180 seconds. That's how long we have to get off on the right foot.
After that 3-minute mark, the tone and trajectory of the fight is pretty much set. The odds we'll be able to turn things around after starting like Kristen did, we call it a harsh startup, are slim to nil. Here's how we know. When we brought couples into the Love Lab and asked them to perform the conflict task, where we ask them to choose an area of continuing disagreement to discuss, we coded their words, gestures, and emotions from the millisecond that discussion began. At the end of 15 minutes, we'd stop them. We noticed right away that the conflict discussions that started out negative tended to end that way, and that was true regardless of conflict style. Remember, it's not about volatility, it's about that ratio of positive to negative interactions. But the nuance in the data was even more fascinating. We mapped the fights, creating a cumulative sum graph, essentially a Dow Jones chart, but for a couple's conflict instead of for the stock market. This was a visual summary of the couple's conversation, where the rising and falling line represented the changing levels of positivity and negativity over the course of that fight. We expected to see that with the fights that were really negative and ended badly, the partners simply had a lot of negativity, like the 4 horsemen, all the way through their conflict task. But that wasn't necessarily the case. Even those who started harshly, with a big negative valley in their graph at the very beginning, would often try to inject positivity into their conflict discussion by making repair attempts of various types, just like the couples who did better overall and ended more positively. But on the graph, you could see that their fight would never really recover. Those moments of positivity mid-fight could not make up for the rough start. When we plotted the cumulative sum across all the conversations we observed, we found that 96% of the time, how the fight went over the course of the first 3 minutes determined not only the fight's trajectory, but how the rest of the relationship would go 6 years down the line. The data was clear. If you start negative, it's really hard to turn it around. Imagine a pinball machine that gets jammed. You slam those buttons too hard and the flippers get stuck. Now you're not getting any balls through. Nobody's going to be able to communicate anything. You can keep trying, but this round is already broken. And further, the ripple effects of a harsh start don't stop when this particular fight does. They extend far into the future.
We followed the couples whose conflict task discussions we observed and coded for years after their initial Love Lab visit to see how they fared as time went on. We found, as we mentioned above, that the couples who started their fights harshly, with negative words, gestures, and emotions, were much more likely to have divorced 6 years later. When we used the SPAF coding to predict whether the couples we studied would stay together or divorce, we discovered that we could also make that prediction with 90% accuracy by using only the first 3 minutes. In other words, if you came into the Love Lab and started a fight with your partner, we could stop you right there, after just the beginning of your fight, and tell you whether you'd be happy together 6 years later or split up. And 9 times out of 10, we'd be right. Now, an important point. These predictions we made based on data were not prophecies. If we look at a couple's patterns of behavior and predict a negative outcome, that couple is not doomed. Behaviors can be changed. The fact that these first 3 minutes of a conflict conversation are so critical to the outcome of that conversation, and eventually the relationship itself, is actually good news. It offers us a powerful point of intervention. So let's look at the first major conflict mistake most couples tend to make and how we can flip it. Conflict mistake number 1, the harsh startup. We weren't on that trail in Sedona with Kristen and Steve, of course, observing and coding them as we would be with a couple in the lab. They recounted this fight to us in a comfortable office, safe on the couch, far from any 1,000-foot drops. But they were still on a kind of ledge, or at least their marriage was. Even months later, as they described this fight, you could see that emotionally they were plunging right back into it. They might as well have been still standing on that cliff, hurling verbal grenades at each other. Starting with that first one. Kristen had raised an issue with Steve, something that had been bothering her for a long time. But she didn't just raise the issue. She dropped a bomb. Take a look at a few more examples of classic bomb drops and see if any of these look familiar. You come downstairs after putting the kids to bed, ready to finally relax, and see your partner lounging on the couch, reading something on their phone, while the sink sits piled with dirty dinner dishes. Your blood pressure goes through the roof.
Excuse me? Were you ever going to get up and clean the kitchen like I asked you to? Or did you think these dishes were going to magically wash themselves, like everything else around here just magically gets done? You're late coming home from having a drink with your friends, and your phone died an hour ago. You walk in the door ready to apologize, but your partner is waiting. Where the hell have you been? I guess it wouldn't occur to you that I'd be worried, since you don't seem to think about anybody but yourself. You're invited to a work conference and are excited to go, but your partner says they can't cover the kids, as they have a big deadline and work commitments too. You snap. You always think your work is so much more important than mine. What do you think this is, a hobby? I have a career too, you know? Well, I'm going, and you can deal with it. Your partner comes out of the bedroom, upset. I see you forgot to pay the water bill again. What is wrong with you? Do you have any idea how much your disorganization is costing us? The harsh startup is a very common problem. Our recent international study of 40,000 couples found that 90% of all couples starting therapy, whether heterosexual, gay, or lesbian, were experiencing issues with a harsh startup and the problems that ripple from it. It was rare to see a couple that was not struggling with this issue. Harsh startups tend to share a couple of key traits. We begin with criticism. We describe the other person instead of ourselves. We pile on other resentments we've been hoarding. We call this kitchen sinking. You never pick up your socks. You probably forgot to pick up the dry cleaning. You haven't even asked me how my day was, and you know what else? You're terrible in bed. Let's look at those 3 basic qualities of a harsh startup and why they're so bad for your fight. Harsh startup problem number 1, you criticize. Criticism is never productive.
What distinguishes criticism from a productive complaint is that it takes the form of an attack on your partner's core character or personality. You're not pointing out a problem with the situation at hand. You're pointing out a problem with who they are as a person. We've said this before and we'll say it again. There is no such thing as constructive criticism. Criticism is always destructive. Harsh startup problem number 2. You describe your partner instead of yourself.
Often, and especially when we're upset, we launch into a fight by describing the other person and everything they're doing wrong. We tend to start conversations about stuff that's bothering us from a baseline assumption of everything I'm doing makes sense and everything you're doing is wrong. You always and you never are classic criticisms here because they imply a personality flaw in your partner. Describing your partner. You always leave your clothes strewn all over the bedroom. Why can't you just put your clothes in the hamper? It takes 10 seconds. Describing yourself. It really stresses me out when the bedroom is messy. Could you try to remember to toss stuff in the hamper instead? Harsh startup problem number 3. Kitchen sinking. We call it kitchen sinking because we don't just address the one issue. We pile in a whole bunch of other stuff that's been bothering us. We figure, hey, as long as we're having a fight, I have a couple more bones to pick. A lot of times we do this because we want to feel justified in our anger, and the current instigating problem feels too small. We may also habitually not bring up smaller issues until they all add up and make us want to explode. But kitchen sinking never leads to effective conflict resolution. Now, instead of one problem to solve or one dish to wash, we've got a whole pile of them. And where do we even start? It's overwhelming. Kitchen sinking. I see there are clothes all over the bedroom again. It's a total mess in there. The car is trashed, and you didn't clean up the garage last weekend like you said you would, and you even forgot Valentine's Day. You never think about me at all. Just take care of the one dish and save the rest for later. The moral of the story here is, don't store up complaints and resentments. Tackle them as they arise. Sitting on them is one of the reasons we end up starting harshly. Why the harsh startup is such a common mistake. If we ask you right now, what's the best way to raise an issue with your partner? You wouldn't reply, burst into the room slinging accusations. Yet this is exactly how we behave. In a nutshell, we're cranky and resentful, and we start in an unauspicious place. But let's go through a few of the big factors that fuel our harsh starts. Stress. We're human. We're all carrying a lot. And certainly during periods of high stress, we see more harsh starts and the ripple effects of that. The pandemic was a perfect example of this. The early years of COVID were a time of extreme uncertainty and volatility for everyone, and we saw a lot more harsh startups. With quarantines, people's homes had turned into pressure cookers with no release valve, and fights were more explosive. Couples often felt anxious, frightened, and helpless, and unintentionally they would take out their anxiety, fear, frustration, and feelings of being out of control of their lives on each other and on their families. Times of high stress ratchet up the outpouring of cortisol and adrenaline in our bodies, and when we're cognitively overloaded with worries, that quickly sucks up all our mental bandwidth, leaving us cognitively depleted and less capable of good emotional regulation. We snap when that last straw lands, whatever it may be. What might have been, I've done the dinner dishes every night this week. Could you take over tonight? Suddenly becomes, why can't you ever clean up the damn kitchen? You're such a slob. Resentment. We pile up resentment over a series of incidents that we keep inside, until finally, when we do bring it up, we're so angry and pent up that it comes out with bitterness or sarcasm. We haven't been asking for what we need, believing our partners should already know what it is, and are choosing not to fulfill it. Resentment builds and builds until we burst. Take Kristen. She had about a metric ton of resentment stored up by the time she lashed out at Steve on the hike. She'd been constantly putting her own desires on the back burner in order to prioritize the kids' needs or her husband's boundaries. The day of the hike, the dam broke and it all came out. She hadn't been telling Steve what she needed. And when needs are bottled up for too long, they go bitter and sour and turn into resentment. Turning away. Alternatively, sometimes we have asked for what we need, and our partner has been non-responsive, turning away or even turning against. Here again, our patterns surrounding bids for connection come into play. We may use a harsh start because we've been reaching out more gently over and over with no response, and now we're trying to get our partner's attention with a mallet. We feel like we have to bang them over the head to get a response, and at this point, any response, even an angry one, is better than being ignored or brushed off. We don't know any better. Finally, some of us have never learned another way to begin a conflict discussion. The harsh startup is the only start we know. This is how we learn to raise an issue.
And it's become an ingrained habit that we don't know how to break. Sometimes we don't even know that it needs to be changed. Julie thinks of her mother as an example of someone who never learned how to bring up an issue without harshness, criticism, contempt, and accusation. It was how she'd learned to interact with others, and it was so ingrained, she never changed. The very first time she met John, we'd invited her to dinner at our place, and Julie, always nervous about living up to her mother's impossible standards, was racing around doing some last-minute cleaning, while John was taking a break in his favorite chair after spending all morning chopping vegetables. When Julie's mother walked up, Julie was standing on a stool outside, sweeping the awning of the porch. Her mother, who hadn't even been introduced to her daughter's new boyfriend yet, marched into the kitchen and said to John, "You lazy rat, why aren't you out there helping my daughter clean?" It was a classic harsh startup. And even John, a researcher studying the science of relationships, immediately got defensive, leaping up to gesture at the dinner in progress. "I'm making you dinner," he shot back. "What the heck does it look like?" The point is, it's hard to respond to a harsh startup any other way but defensively. When you start harshly, you leave your partner very little room to do anything else. Opening up the conversation. We have to give our partners space to engage with us on the issues we bring to them. Instead of narrowing their options to one response only, defend yourself. From a position of attack-defend, there's no communication, no connection, no understanding, no forward motion, and usually no positivity, which, as we know now, we really need in conflict. But how do we do it in the heat of the moment, when we're upset, when we've reached our last straw, when a promise has been broken or a commitment forgotten, when we're feeling put upon or neglected or overwhelmed or angry? When we realized during our research that the fights that started harshly rarely recovered, and that over time these harsh startups mostly led to unhealthy relationships, we knew we had to create a practical intervention to change harsh startups into softened startups. We had to give couples a clear guide through the first minutes of a fight so they could give themselves the best possible shot at a positive outcome for their conflicts and their futures together. We turned to the research of Anatol Rapoport, a Russian-American scholar who earned a PhD in mathematics and then a second PhD in social psychology.
Through this lens of math meets human behavior, Rapoport turned his research focus onto an urgent and always relevant question. How do nations make peace? This was an urgent question for us too. How can couples make peace, but in their homes instead of on a world stage? As it turns out, there are a lot of parallels between nations and couples and how they could best communicate. Rapoport studied international diplomats and looked specifically at how the most successful diplomats operated. How were they managing to communicate and collaborate with other nations, especially when those other nations had different cultural mores, opposing goals and viewpoints, or even hostility toward the other country? Rapoport observed and analyzed the masters of diplomacy, the way John would later examine the masters of love in the lab. And what he discovered was that the most successful negotiators brought up an issue or complaint in a very specific way, without blame, without criticism, without contempt. By doing so, they neutralized the other party's defensiveness. Their messages were better received, and their success rate for getting a positive outcome out of the interaction was much higher. When we went back to the lab, we saw that the most successful couples did exactly the same thing as the successful diplomats. They introduced concerns without blame, criticism, or contempt. How? Instead of launching into the conflict discussion by describing their partners and everything they were doing wrong, an easy default approach when we're upset, they flipped it. They raised an issue by talking about themselves and their own feelings, not by talking about their partner's bad behavior and character flaws. Then they described the problem or situation factually and neutrally, without assigning blame. And finally, they stated what they needed in positive terms,
in order for the situation to get better. That was it. The basic formula for a successful start to a fight. I feel X, the problem is Y. I need C. Pretty simple, but also highly effective, both in international summits and across kitchen tables, or across scorching hiking trails in the Arizona desert. We're going to take you through the steps of the softened startup in more detail at the end of the chapter, so you know exactly what to do. For now, let's come back to Kristen and Steve. Getting off on the right foot, a whole new trajectory. For Kristen and Steve, that day on the cliff in Sedona was the moment they realized, we need help. When they came to see us for a therapy intensive, we started by getting their backstory, so we could more fully understand what was going on and where each was coming from.
When Kristen and Steve met, they were married to other people. Their marriages were both in rocky phases that they weren't sure they could ever pull out of. Both felt lonely and disconnected from their partners, and even though they weren't out there looking for a new relationship, they felt the zing of connection and attraction when they met. Steve was a cardiologist. Kristen was his patient. When they first exchanged phone numbers, it was in a professional capacity. He often gave his phone number to patients so they could reach out with urgent questions. He was a dedicated physician and wanted people to feel taken care of. At first, their texts back and forth focused on Kristen's health. Then they morphed into something more, something flirtatious. He'd ask her if she was taking good care of her heart. She'd text back and suggest that maybe she needed to schedule an appointment soon to get it checked out. Long story short, they fell in love, divorced their spouses, married each other. Kristen, 15 years younger than her husband, brought 3 young children into the marriage. Steve brought a deep dedication to his career and a work ethic that often kept him at his clinic and away from his family. In the following years, they had 2 children of their own. Life was hectic and busy, and out of necessity, it seemed, they fell into very separate roles. Kristen, the caretaker at home. Steve, the dedicated doctor working long hours. The fight started long before the vacation to Sedona, and they always seemed to start horribly, with pent-up frustration from Kristen exploding at Steve, out of nowhere, at least from his perspective. Feeling ambushed, he'd get flooded and shut down the conversation. It seemed like there was no other way to deal with Kristen. From Kristen's perspective, she didn't really know any other way to express herself during a fight. She'd grown up the only child of a single mom who tended to be contemptuous and critical of her daughter, so to a certain extent, that kind of approach with someone she was intimate with had been normalized. Kristen also described her mother as highly melodramatic. Everything was a big deal. Everything elicited a huge, overblown reaction, and she would go to great lengths to get her daughter to respond and pay attention to her. She was constantly saying, "I could die, and then you'll be sorry." Once, Kristen had come home from school and found her mother lying on the floor, blood everywhere, apparently dead, but it was ketchup, not blood.
Her mother sat up from the kitchen floor and said, "Maybe now you'll realize how important I am to you." At this point in her life, Kristen was highly reactive to anything that smacked of melodrama or overreaction. And that's exactly the filter through which she heard her husband the day of the hike. She assumed he was being melodramatic, creating an issue out of nothing. And his refusal to go with her, for no good reason, in her view, tapped into a deep well of feelings of abandonment and thwarted dreams. She'd always envisioned her husband as someone who would go out adventuring with her, a partner in exploring the world. When he refused to take her hand and join her in that, it felt like a crushing rejection. Steve explained to her that in that moment on the trail, he was being anything but performative. He really had felt terrified. Part of why he'd gone into cardiology was to save lives. He told this story. When he was a teenager, he'd seen a kid fall off a boat and drowned right in front of him. Nobody could save the boy, even though many tried. Later on in his medical career, he'd seen many patients suddenly suffer a heart attack, a deadly one from which there was no recovery. All of these had been shocking and traumatic experiences, especially the first one he'd witnessed as a teenager. His experiences had instilled in him the sense that life was extraordinarily fragile and could be so easily snuffed out. He felt deeply the mortality and vulnerability of himself and those he loved, and constantly worried about the innocuous moment that could turn into a tragedy. He'd learned to be cautious and vigilant, and to weigh risk versus reward seriously. He felt a huge responsibility, too, to his wife and kids. If something happens to me, he was always thinking, they'll be all alone with no financial or family support. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. Are we going to solve all of this in 3 minutes? Of course not. But the wonderful thing is, we don't have to. Remember, we're not here to fix our perpetual problems. And for this couple, this is a perpetual problem. Kristen will always have a need for adventure that involves taking risks, and Steve will always be a cautious person who tends to be more risk-averse. Our goal is not to solve their differences. It's to get Kristen and Steve to openly share their hopes and fears, and these triggers from their pasts that underlie these differences.
Once they understand each other better, they'll be able to find a way to be partners in exploration and adventure. There are a lot of creative ways to have adventures that don't involve 1,000-foot drops, but all of that hinges on how they start their discussion. With Kristen and Steve, the very first thing we worked on was this. When you're disappointed and unhappy and are feeling something very negative, how do you say it? We went back to what he'd felt on the trail, what she'd felt on the trail. We talked about how important it was to listen and be listened to. But if we use criticism and contempt to express our needs, it sabotages us getting listened to. Kristen had a deeply ingrained habit of using criticism to start a discussion. Essentially, criticism was her language. We had to replace that learned language with a new language. We asked the two of them to reenact their cliffside fight and to remember exactly what they had been thinking and feeling, the fear from him, the resentment and rage from her. But this time, even with all those powerful swirling emotions, to raise the issue without contempt or criticism, instead by focusing on their own feelings and needs. Kristen took a deep breath. "I'm so disappointed you don't want to go up this trail with me," she said to her husband. "I was so excited to see what's around the next corner with you. I want us to go on adventures together. This was really important to me." It wasn't all smooth sailing from there, but wow, did that softened startup make a big difference. It gave Steve the option of responding to his wife with curiosity instead of defensiveness. Okay, so we started soft. Now what? Let's hit pause on Kristen and Steve for just a moment and come back to Rappaport's diplomats. Rappaport found that once one party brought up an issue, there was a critical role for the person on the receiving end too, and that was to listen without bringing up their own point of view. And in the Love Lab, the Masters of Love did exactly that. As we said earlier, most people, regardless of conflict style, fall into the trap of rushing into the persuasion phase of a fight. But the most successful diplomats and the most successful couples postpone persuasion and instead focus on understanding the other person's complaint or problem. This was actually Rappaport's biggest finding with the diplomats. It wasn't just that one party raised an issue gently. The listening party also had to put off any attempt to argue, debate, or discuss their own point of view until they showed that they understood the speaker's position first. Instead, they listened closely, asked questions if there was anything they didn't understand, and then summarized the speaker's viewpoint back to the speaker to ensure that they had understood the issue. Well, of course, you might be thinking, these are diplomats. It's their job to be diplomatic. As it turned out, we saw the exact same pattern of behavior among the couples in the Love Lab who had satisfying relationships over the long haul. In the lab's conflict task, once one partner brought up an issue, the person on the receiving end would do these specific things. Listen closely without bringing in their own perspective, sometimes even repeating back parts of the story the partner was telling. Example, "Okay, so you were really disappointed when I texted to say I had to stay at work instead of meeting you at the party." Ask clarifying or open-ended questions to understand the issue better. "Why do you think you felt sad about this tonight in particular? Other times it hasn't seemed to bother you." Summarize the problem to their partner's satisfaction. In other words, if their summary was not correct, they'd go back to asking questions to clarify. "What I'm hearing is that you feel you're not a priority for me because I've been so busy at work, is that right?" And finally, they would offer some words of validation by stepping into their partner's shoes and showing that they understood and empathized with their partner's point of view, even if they didn't agree with their partner's position on the issue. Validation is not the same thing as agreement. They'd say words like, "Yeah, I can understand how you'd feel that way. I have had to cancel a lot of stuff lately. That makes sense." In the above example, this couple might go on to discuss how to balance family and work and expectations surrounding financial responsibilities, time together, career goals, and more. The point is,
this conversation is now poised to be productive and go somewhere. So regardless of who's bringing up the issue, both of you have a role. Partner 1's role is to bring up the issue gently. Partner 2's role is to listen fully. After Partner 2 has demonstrated that they understand Partner 1's viewpoint, the two can switch roles. Partner 2 can now voice their own position, while Partner 1 listens and in turn demonstrates understanding Partner 2's position.
Remember that across all conflict styles, we all tend to make the mistake of rushing to persuasion before we fully understood the problem. Don't make this mistake. Remember that it's best to understand each other's point of view first. At this stage, the only goal is understanding. Persuasion comes afterwards. The power of postponing persuasion. With Kristen and Steve, we worked on these roles during a marathon couples intensive, 3 consecutive days of therapy, working 5 to 6 hours a day. With Kristen, the goal was to use a softened startup when she brought up an issue. And for Steve, it was not to react defensively when she raised an issue, which was his pattern. Instead, he needed to try to follow Kristen's train of thought as if she were an engine on a railroad track, following closely what she was saying instead of planning his own rebuttals. Kristen was a fast talker and a fast thinker who often slipped into criticisms. Julie would have to interrupt her over and over again to remind her to soften her startups. It really was like learning a new language for both of them. That's why a softened startup can be hard, as simple as it seems. Learning a new language is always hard. It takes practice. The only way you can do it is by repetition and by having it reinforced, if you use that new language. You'll likely see the immediate result that your partner is really listening instead of getting defensive. Our next piece of work with Kristen and Steve was to focus on building fondness and admiration. We used our positive adjectives checklist and asked them to choose 3 qualities off the list that they thought described their partner. Kristen looked over the list: loving, sensitive, brave, intelligent, thoughtful, generous, loyal, truthful, strong, energetic, sexy, decisive, creative, imaginative, fun, attractive, interesting, supportive, funny, considerate, affectionate, organized, resourceful, athletic, cheerful, coordinated, graceful, playful, caring, a great friend, exciting, thrifty, shy, committed, involved, expressive, active, careful, reserved, adventurous, receptive, reliable, responsible, dependable, nurturing, warm, virile, kind, gentle, practical, lusty, witty, relaxed, beautiful, handsome, calm, lively, a great partner, a great parent, assertive, protective, sweet, tender, powerful, flexible, understanding, totally silly, vulnerable.
Kristen struggled with this activity. Ever since childhood, she wasn't used to receiving compliments. They were foreign territory and made her anxious. So when Steve read out the positive qualities he saw in her, she handled her anxiety with a knee-jerk response that effectively pushed Steve away. She called him a liar. Julie reminded her, "That sounds like a criticism, Kristen, your old language. Why don't you try a softened startup here instead?" Kristen had to dig a little deeper to describe herself instead of describing Steve. "It's so hard for me to hear that and believe you," she said. "My mother never said anything nice about me unless she wanted to manipulate me, so it's really hard for me to trust that your compliments are real." Steve had initially responded harshly to Kristen's remark with a counterattack, a form of defensiveness. "Oh, and you expect me to believe you?" he snapped back, sarcastic. "If I'm so supportive, why do you treat me like shit?" We asked Steve to notice that he felt defensive, and rather than going defensive, to say instead, "I'm feeling defensive. Can you say that another way?" It was better to make a repair like this one and to give Kristen another chance than to escalate into an attack-defend battle. And Kristen's job, if she realized she'd blurted out something harsh, was to acknowledge she had done so and to try again. Her repair might sound like this: "Oh no, I said that the wrong way. Can I start again?" We're all human. We're going to make mistakes. Even when we fight right, it can get messy and emotional. The point is not to be perfect, but to own those inevitable slip-ups, make a quick repair, and get right back on track. The two of us still make mistakes like these in our fights too, even after all this research. And when we do, we try our best to give each other a little grace and the opportunity to start again. Script for the softened startup. Let's go into more detail about softened startups. When couples practice softened startups to raise a complaint, it really makes a huge difference. Remember, 96% of the time, the way you start a fight predicts the way you end the fight, as well as how your relationship will go years into the future. Over time, positive startups will help you create more success and stability for your relationship. Here's the basic script for using a softened startup. You're going to customize this to your own situation, but still stay within this essential formula. I feel, emotion, about situation or problem, and I need your positive need.
Let's take a look at a few examples of this formula in action. Harsh startup. You overspent again. When are you going to stop being so irresponsible with our money? Softened startup. I feel really stressed, that's the feeling, about our budget this month. It looks like we're going to be short again. The situation. Can we sit down together and plan how to cut some of our expenses? The need. Harsh startup. You're going out again? Great. I'll just sit home alone. Again. How fun for me. Softened startup. Hey, listen, I need to talk to you about something. I keep thinking about last week, when you went out with friends instead of coming home for dinner. I know I said it was okay, but for some reason it's still bothering me. I just felt kind of rejected and lonely. The feeling. Maybe it's because we haven't had much one-on-one time together lately. The situation. Could you come home right after work tonight? I miss you. The need. Harsh startup. I can't believe you agreed to spend Christmas at your mom's again. You just cave in to whatever she wants. I guess we're never going to spend a holiday at my parents' because the only family that matters is yours. Softened startup. Babe, I'm sorry, but I'm still so frustrated. The feeling. Your mom pressured us into spending Christmas with her again. The situation. I miss spending holidays with my family. More feeling. Can you please go back to her and bow out for this year so we can go to my parents instead? That would make me feel like you really have my back. The need. You can see in the examples above that although the content, style, and phrasing can vary, the basic rules of the softened startup remain constant. Describe yourself and your feelings. Describe the problem without criticizing or blaming your partner for it. You're talking about the situation, not about your partner. State your positive need. Identify what your partner can do to help the situation get better. You're not fixating on the negative or listing the ways they've failed. You're telling them specifically how they can shine for you. These are the 3 pieces of a successful softened startup. And the final thing to remember is this. Don't pile on. No kitchen sinking. Meaning, don't tell your partner to sit down and lay 14 problems in their lap. Focus on this situation only. Even if the issue is a pattern that repeats itself. No, you always, or you never. That language sounds like criticism too. It will never get you anywhere in conflict. Now, remember the listener's role. To be a great listener, postpone bringing up your perspective and just listen. If you don't understand something, ask questions, but only ones to help increase your understanding. Summarize your partner's feelings, the problem, and their needs to your partner's satisfaction. Offer some genuine words of validation. The bottom line. Couples who use softened startups have a much greater chance of success in their relationship. And remember that success in this context means not just staying together, but also experiencing high levels of happiness and satisfaction. We said we could predict with 90% accuracy which couples would divorce after observing a short interaction. But note, that prediction rate forecasts who the relationship masters will be too. Softened startup is a powerful indicator that a couple is going to be successful in the long term. A universal quality of masters of love. They start with kindness, even when they're upset. Troubleshooting softened startups. Will a softened startup look different across the different conflict styles? Sure, but the basic principles remain the same. The formula doesn't change. It's still, I feel X about Y situation, and Z, here's what I need. But the intensity of speaking will look different, depending on which conflict style the partner is comfortable with. A volatile person is going to have more intensity and more passion. Avoidant partners are going to understate and speak more tentatively, and validators might shift into problem-solving mode faster. Sometimes not the best idea. More on this in the next chapter. So, volatile, instead of, what the hell, you still haven't paid this? I can't believe I married the most irresponsible person on the planet. The volatile softened startup. I'm feeling absolutely hopeless about our money situation. We have overdue bills again. I desperately need you to pay the bills on time like we agreed. What can we do? Avoidant. Instead of, here are the bills again. Or saying nothing at all while feeling stressed and worried. The avoidant softened startup. I'm a little nervous that the bills are still sitting here. I'd be happy to pay them if you want. Or maybe you could. Validating. Instead of, I see you haven't paid these bills again. You realize you're wrecking our credit rating, right? The validating softened startup.
I'm frustrated that the bills haven't been paid on time again. It could affect our credit rating. The last time we talked about this, we agreed that you'd take care of these bills and I'd make the doctor appointments, remember? Why don't I do bedtime with the kids so you can deal with these tonight, okay? In the case of a conflict-style mismatch, there's a higher chance of missed signals.
An avoidant partner might perceive the volatile startup as harsh even if it's softened because of the intensity of emotion being expressed, even if the softened startup rules are being followed pretty much to the letter. So the key here, no matter what conflict style you and your partner prefer, is to look closely if you feel defensive or attacked and see, is there really contempt, blame, or criticism there? You or your partner may tend to use more emotional language, but if you're careful to avoid criticism and blame, your softened startup can still work. A final note, those who are really used to approaching their partners with a harsh startup will sometimes justify that approach by claiming that they are just being honest or authentic. Our response? We're not saying you shouldn't be honest. We're asking you to be even more honest by focusing on your feelings instead of describing what your partner's doing wrong. Don't shore up your position with a list of grievances. Don't look for a reason why your partner is inherently wrong. And don't focus on all the character flaws your partner possesses. And if you're thinking, but how will my partner improve if I don't tell them what's wrong? The answer? It's not your job to improve your partner. That's solely your partner's job. Your job is to be the best version of yourself that you can be. And if you are kinder, even during conflicts, your partner will likely cooperate more too. It's a win-win. Make it softer. Now it's your turn to see if you can come up with a softer version of a harsh startup. We're going to give you some vignettes for practicing softened startups. There are many right answers to these. We've seen people come up with all kinds of creative, gentle alternatives. And keep in mind that a dash of humor can go a long way, as long as it's genuine and not sarcastic. In one of our workshops, we asked the assembled couples how they'd change this harsh startup from a spouse who really wants to have sex but is feeling rejected by his partner. He says, "You never want to touch me anymore. I guess you're a cold fish just like your mother." One fellow in the workshop raised his hand and offered this suggestion. "I'm feeling horny right now. I think I'm going to go upstairs and have sex. You want to come along?" Okay, your turn. Your job is to soften the harsh startups below. We'll describe a situation and then give you the devil on your shoulder version of how you might raise this issue with your partner.
Especially if you go with the first impulsive thing that leaps to mind. But this time, you'll have a chance to hit pause, think it through, and revise your thoughts into a softened startup. How would you rephrase these? Scene. Your partner pulls into the driveway. Immediately, you notice that there is a new dent in the front bumper and a long scrape along the door. Your blood pressure goes through the roof. Just 2 weeks ago, you and your partner were pulled over for speeding in a school zone, and the ticket was huge. Harsh startup. What the hell is this? Again? Do you have any idea how much your reckless driving is going to cost us? Reflection. How is your partner likely to reply to this? Now, what is your softened startup? Scene. Your partner is helping the kids with their homework while you make dinner. You overhear them working on a math assignment. It isn't going well. Your daughter is in tears, and your partner is frustrated and snaps at her that if she doesn't focus, the homework help session is over and she can flunk for all they care. Harsh startup. Geez, you sound just like your awful father. Do you want to mess her up the way your parents messed you up? Reflection. How is your partner likely to respond to this? Now, what is your softened startup? Scene. Your partner has a horrible day at the office and comes home very grumpy. All evening, they get angry at you every other minute over trivial things, like leaving the refrigerator door open too long. Harsh startup. Why are you being so mean to me? You're a total monster tonight. Reflection. How is your partner likely to respond to this? Now, what is your softened startup? Do this with your partner, if possible, and discuss your answers. Both your guesses about your partner's reactions to the harsh startups for each example and your softened startup alternatives. If you have trouble thinking of effective ways to phrase feelings and needs, here are a few quick ideas for inspiration. Choose or modify something from the feelings column and something from the needs column to fit each situation, or use the format and list to introduce a real issue you'd like to discuss with your partner. A more extensive version of these lists is available in our free Gottman Card Decks app.
For feelings, you might say, I feel abandoned, afraid, alarmed, angry, ashamed, belittled, betrayed, competitive, conflicted, confused, crushed, defeated, desperate, disgusted, distant from you, distrustful, embarrassed, enraged, frantic, frustrated, furious, hurt. I am not sure how I feel. Outraged, shocked, stressed, surprised, tense, upset, worried, or unaccepted.
And for needs, I need to know what you're thinking, to have a conversation with you. I need you to ask me about my day. I need our reunions to be warm and affectionate. I need you to put down your phone when I need to talk. I need you to tell me I look nice, to know that you feel proud of me. I need some quiet time when I first get home. I need you to listen to me when I'm upset, listen to me when I'm sad, and not blame me. To have a weekly date. I need you to do more of the housework, to speak calmly to me when you are upset. I need you to say you appreciate my hard work, to know you think I'm sexy. I need you to touch me affectionately more often, to answer my texts, to talk more about our kids. I need you to listen and not try to give advice, to hear more compliments from you, to take my side when your family criticizes me. Or, I need to hear you say, I love you. Fight number 2. The flood. Mistake. Attacking, defending, withdrawing. Picture this common scenario. A conversation with your partner starts to get prickly. Maybe it's about someone overdrawing the checking account. Maybe it's about what to have for dinner. Maybe it's whether to move to the suburbs of Timbuktu. Whatever the topic, and perhaps even if you started softly, it's getting contentious. Now you feel attacked, misunderstood, wronged, angry, trapped, or all of the above. You feel a hot flash. Your palms go sweaty. Your heart starts to beat faster, louder in your ears. Your chest feels tight. Your brain feels fuzzy and frantic. You can't even focus on what your partner is saying anymore. Instead, you're thinking, I can't deal with this. How do I get out of here? I am so done with this conversation. Maybe you lash out and say something harsh. Meet fire with fire. Maybe you dig into your position, focusing on blocking the blows that are coming in from your partner. You barely have a second to think and figure out what you want to say, much less the best way to say it. You're in a defensive crouch. Or maybe you shut down completely. What's the point of saying anything? It'll just make things worse. You go silent, curl inward, or turn away. Refuse to respond to anything your partner is saying or doing, and you act as if they're not even there. You need this interaction to end. You're stonewalling, becoming like a stone wall to shield yourself from your partner's attack. It feels like the only option. In all of the above responses, there is one universal constant: flooding. What is flooding? Flooding happens when we get overwhelmed in conflict, hijacked by our own nervous system in response to negativity from our partners. The physiological effects are immediate. Our heart rate rockets from a normal resting heart rate range of about 76 beats per minute for women, or 82 for men, up to over 100 beats per minute, and even as high as 195. Our adrenal gland, alerted to prepare for a survival situation, releases stress hormones into the blood. Like animals being hunted, we go into fight, flight, or freeze mode. Now we are more controlled by the racing of our heart and the dump of cortisol and adrenaline into our bloodstream than we are by rational or empathetic mental processes. The body is in a full-on fear response. It's rapidly priming our system to outrun a tiger, not to have a calm and compassionate conversation with the partner right in front of us. When we see a pattern of flooding in a couple in the love lab, we know that without intervention, they're headed for a split. Because when you're flooded, you are incapable of fighting right. It simply isn't possible. As we get flooded, we begin to rapidly lose the capacity to process information. It's harder to pay attention. We can't hear or understand what the other person is saying. We respond reflexively and use the first 3 horsemen, i.e., we're likely to be critical, contemptuous, or defensive, which often results in the 4th horseman, stonewalling, coming from our partners. Starting softly, as we worked on in the previous chapter, is important.
But as a conflict unfolds, we are presented with decision points at almost every moment, whether to listen or speak, whether to describe ourselves or our partners, what tone to use, and more. A harsh startup at the beginning of a conversation will have negative ripple effects for sure, but criticism and contempt can creep in at any point during a conflict conversation. And when they do, we tend to retreat to a couple of classic fallback positions. We default to an attack and defend dynamic. Our partner becomes an enemy. We shut down and withdraw. Our partner becomes a stranger. From these polarized positions, we are no longer able to reach each other. There's no listening, no learning, no capacity to explore the underlying cause of the conflict. Nothing. Even when one partner makes an overture or a concession, a repair attempt, the other partner won't be able to see it or accept it. Repair, both during and after fights, is powerful.
It's one of the main things that separate the masters of love from the disasters. Remember, the masters fight just as much as any couple out there, but they also understand how to make repairs along the way. But making a repair in the midst of conflict means admitting that you've stepped off the track of a healthy and compassionate exchange, and flooding makes it really difficult to own your own mistakes. A lot of couples are affected by flooding. Our recent international study found that a whopping 97% of all couples, regardless of sexual orientation, listed flooding as a major challenge. Mind you, having this emotional and physiological response during a fight is completely normal. We're human. The issues we fight about matter deeply to us, and this is one of the natural ways that our minds and bodies react when we're fighting about something that really matters to us. But if we want to be able to stay collaborative, stay positive, stave off the four horsemen, and fight right, we do need to learn how to cope with those overwhelming moments in conflict so we can be our better selves. We've talked about how to start off on the right track in conflict. Now let's talk about how to stay on the right track. Enemies and strangers. We'd like to give you a glimpse here into the fights of two different couples. The issues they're dealing with are worlds apart. One couple is facing a catastrophic relationship crisis that's causing them to question whether their marriage is going to survive. The second couple has a hurtful and surprising fight erupt over something quite minor and routine, but flooding affects both. Couple 1, Stan and Susan. Stan and Susan seem to have all their ducks in a row. Stan is a high-level tennis pro at the top of his game. Susan, who supported him when he was an emerging athlete just trying to break into the tennis circuit, is proud of how far they've come. They moved around a fair amount when Stan was proving himself as an athlete and working his way up to pro. But now, finally, they're settled in a house and community she loves. They don't have to worry about money. Stan is practically a household name. And after trying to get pregnant for many years, they did IVF and got pregnant on the first round. Twins. The babies are toddlers now, and they are a handful. Life is a whirlwind. Stan travels a lot for matches all over the world, disappearing for weeks at a time. Meanwhile, Susan wrangles the kids with the help of their wonderful nanny,
who's starting to feel more like her co-parent than Stan does. She and the kids are always looking forward to Stan coming home. But when he finally does, it can feel even more chaotic, with the toddlers clamoring for their dad's attention and acting out. When they go out on dates, Susan fills Stan in on everything that's going on in their babies' lives, feeling sorry that he's missing so much. One day, the landline rings at the house. When Susan answers, a woman's voice asks if Stan is home. No, Susan says. He's at the match in Tampa, but he should be available by cell. Who is this? The woman says her name, and it does ring a bell. Maybe there's someone by that name on Stan's team. He has a small rotating staff of people who work for him, a manager, an assistant, a social media person. The woman on the phone says something vague about not being able to reach him on the cell, which seems odd. Do you work with him? Susan asks, confused. The woman hangs up. When Susan tells Stan about the odd phone call, she sees immediately that something flickers across his face. Fear, guilt. She confronts him. He denies doing anything wrong. But when she presses, he breaks down and admits it. He's been having an affair. It's been going on for almost a year. He met her through friends at a match. She flew to the next one, showed up at an after-party, and it just happened. He hadn't meant to do it. It didn't mean anything. It was just sex. The wind goes out of her like she's been punched. She is astonished. At him, that he was capable of such a thing. At herself, for being so stupid. It's absolutely surreal.
This is something that happens to other people, to characters on television, not to her and Stan. Stan, who followed her from house party to house party at college in an attempt to casually meet her, acting surprised when he accidentally ran into her again and again on the dance floor. Stan, who held their newborn twins and cried. Everything she thought she knew, it turns out, is a lie. Her whole world is crumbling. She has one question. How could you do this to us? Stan is already feeling it, the regret, the shame, but he doesn't like that. He's rationalized his actions. She never has time for me. We're more like people running a business together these days than like lovers. She'll never know. People do it all the time. It's not a big deal. I deserve this. He gets very defensive.
She comes at him even harder, shocked that he doesn't see how wrong he is. He defends harder, digging in. She isn't warm to him. They never have sex anymore. She shuts him down all the time. She's not even interested, so why does she care so much? She only pays attention to the kids. It's like he's invisible. At this point, he's flooded. She's flooded. Both hearts are hammering hard. Adrenaline is zinging through their veins. Stan's physiological response has ratcheted up and overwhelmed him even faster than Susan's, and he'll take a lot longer to come down from it. Here's why. For evolutionary reasons having to do with protecting the tribe and hunting dangerous animals for food, our prehistoric male ancestors gained a survival advantage by being able to quickly mount and sustain an adrenaline-packed response to danger. Those with this rapid response were better able to fight off enemies and to hunt for food, and because they were better survivors, their genes were more likely to get passed down and eventually inherited by our men today. That kind of enduring fight or flight response might have helped Stan's distant ancestors survive, but it isn't doing him any favors now. "I don't know why I bother coming home at all," he screams. "You don't even care if I'm here. I wish I had never met you," sobs Susan. "I'd be so much happier." In the days, weeks, and months that follow, Stan and Susan have fights like they've never had in the history of their marriage. They can't discuss any issue without getting extremely flooded and saying the first and worst thing that pops into their heads. Even conversations that start out calmly, like one about how to manage the kids while they try to work things out, rapidly escalate into two nervous systems in extreme overdrive, with the two systems' owners screaming at each other and throwing things in rage. One night, Stan fast pitches a drinking glass onto the kitchen floor. It shatters so hard a piece of it strikes Susan's leg and cuts her, drawing blood. Horrified, they realize how out of control they are. They decide to seek therapy and end up in our office. The previous story is one they described to Julie, moment by moment, to explain what brought them to her for a therapy intensive. It wasn't easy for them to tell their stories. Both got flooded multiple times. Susan would cry and then get angry. Stan would get angry, then shut down. When Julie asked them to check in with each other there in the office, the conversation went like this. "Stan, check in with her? Okay, I guess. Sure. So, hey." "How are you doing today, Susan?" "Well, pretty crappy. What do you expect?" "Stan, what do you mean, what do I expect?" "Susan, I mean you've destroyed my life. Of course I'm feeling crappy." "Stan, hey, this isn't all on me. You're the one who pulled away first. You stopped caring about me. You stopped being a real wife to me. I'm a mother to twins. Have you ever tried taking care of twins all on your own? No, you haven't. Not even your own kids. And don't blame your affair on me. That is on you." "Stan, I know, but how many times do I have to tell you? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, okay? What is it going to take?" "I know you're sorry, I do, but you're so self-centered. You don't actually want to make this better. You just want me to keep feeling bad. You want to keep me under your thumb and control me." "Control you? You need to control yourself. You disgust me. I'm out of here. I don't even want to look at your face." Can you hear how flooded both partners became in just a few moments? No wonder. They were both hurling criticism and contempt at one another. Now let's hear about another couple where flooding also happened, but showed up differently in the room. Couple number 2, Nora and Robbie. Nora and Robbie, a dual-income, successful Black couple in their early 40s, were college sweethearts and married young. Their kids are teenagers, but sometimes, they joke, it seems like the kids need just as much help with basic daily stuff as they did when they were toddlers. Mornings especially, getting both of them fed and with all their supplies to their respective schools on time. One in high school, one in middle school, seems to take a Herculean effort.
Are we going to have to call them at college to tell them to brush their teeth? Nora whispered to her husband the other morning as a surly 14-year-old narrowed her eyes at them across the kitchen. They shared a quiet laugh. On this particular morning, Nora, who's been pushing hard at work, is sick, really sick. She's corporate counsel for a big tech company and has a major deal to close in less than a week. She feels awful, pounding headache, body aches, fever. Could be COVID. She swabs and the test is negative, but it may just be too early to pop a positive. Usually she's up before the kids and sets out food for them to make themselves breakfast. Bowls and spoons, instant oatmeal packets, milk, sliced bananas.
But she feels like she's been run over by a semi. Meanwhile, Robbie isn't sick, but he's exhausted. He spent the whole weekend framing the deck he's adding to the back of their house. He's trying to get it done before the weather turns rainy, and it's been a long slog. He's achy and feels like he didn't get a weekend. But still, when Nora tells him she feels terrible, he says, kindly, "Why don't you sleep in?" and goes to get the kids' breakfast. Nora plummets into sleep, waking sometime later when Robbie pops his head back in the bedroom. Robbie: "Hey, I'm heading out. Just wanted to let you know that it's already 7:40. The kids will be late to school if you don't leave in the next 5. "Oh, I thought you were taking the kids." Robbie: "I can't, baby. I'll be late. Their school's in the opposite direction. I gotta go." "Honey, I'm really sick. Can't you just deal with this for once?" "For once? Hang on. I just got up early and did your job. Now I'm the bad guy? You don't seem that sick. I think you could manage a 10-minute drive." "How do you know how sick I am? I feel terrible. I think it might be COVID." "Okay, well, I assumed it was just a cold. I'm sorry." "No, it's worse. And why aren't you being nicer to me? I'm always nice to you. I do stuff for you all the time." Blowing up. "Nora, what the hell do you think I've been doing for the past 3 weeks while you've been working on this deal? I left work early 3 times last week alone. I've been picking up all the slack around here." "Oh, God forbid you pick up some slack for a few weeks. Do you know how many years I picked up the slack for you?" "Excuse me?" "You heard me. I can't believe you would say that to me after everything I do for you and the kids." "Oh, don't give me that crap. You always act like you're doing me some huge favor just for doing your share, like you're some hero because you parented your kids or cleaned a toilet. Grow up, Robbie." Robbie leaves abruptly, slamming the door. What went wrong? These conversations started out just fine. We see Stan checking in with his wife to take the temperature of an ongoing source of conflict between the two of them, and that's good. We see Nora asking clearly for something she needs. Also good. But pretty soon, both conversations take a sharp turn south. We see a domino effect here, where criticism or contempt from one or both partners leads to defensiveness, flooding, missed repair attempts, and rapid escalation. Both fights end with harsh and painful accusations, meaning they've become regrettable incidents, where there's been emotional injury to one or both partners. These couples will have to do some work to process and heal from these incidents so they can move past the painful things that were said. More on this in fight number 5. Look back at the above conversations and see if you can spot a few of the moments where these fights ratcheted up. You'll notice that with both couples, there are critical or contemptuous comments from both parties and defensiveness from both parties. And where the pace and temperature of the interaction spike, we can infer that one or both partners are beginning to experience the physiological effects of flooding. The big problem here? They fail to address the flooding in any way. Instead, they barrel on with the conversation. Here's the big thing to understand about flooding. You have to stop and deal with it. There is no way to have a productive or positive conflict conversation once you're flooded. This is one of the main reasons that couples don't, or more accurately, can't, put best conflict management practices into play. You might have learned all the right ways to fight, but when you're flooded, you can't access your new learning. Your nervous system is yanking you back into a primitive fight or flight response. When you're flooded, those higher forms of cognitive processing are nowhere to be seen. They all go out the window. When you get flooded and keep fighting, damage and hurt are the only results you'll see. So when your fight starts softly but then goes off the rails, ask yourself, am I flooded? Is my partner flooded? And stop. The number one thing we need to do when a fight takes a nasty turn is stop action and cope with flooding. How to stop the flood?
First, learn to identify the signs that you're getting flooded so you can act early. This is the most important lesson about flooding that we impart to our clients, to become very aware of the first signs of flooding in their body. These could be any number of things. The signals that your body is flooding will be unique to you, but they will probably resemble other times you felt emotionally overwhelmed. Here are some classic signs of flooding: shortness of breath, gritted teeth, jaw tight or achy, heat anywhere in the body, face turns red or feels red.
You feel kicked in the gut. Muscles tighten. Nobody in flooding is ever relaxed. There is tension somewhere. Eyes narrow. Think Clint Eastwood squint when he's sizing up somebody. Heartbeat races or pounds, typically over 100 beats per minute. Stomach feels queasy. Mind is spinning. Paying attention to your body and knowing your body's flooding signals are super important here, because intervening right away in your own physiological response is how you avoid escalating into a regrettable incident with your partner. Flooding shows up differently in all of us in terms of behavior, intensity, and timing. Some people go outward when flooded, lash out, criticize, attack, and others go inward, shut down, stonewall. Some people tend to have a more intense nervous system response and take a long time to come down from it back to their baseline. Men are more likely to experience this. For others, it's more subtle. Some people get flooded really easily, where it's almost instantaneous after negativity or criticism. Half a second, and wham, they're in it. Stan was this way. It was just how his nervous system was wired. Anything he perceived as an attack would essentially flip a switch in his body. So identifying those early warning signs was especially critical for him. Now, let's imagine for a moment that you're using our AI. The physiology algorithm is extremely sensitive, and it's going to be able to warn you of imminent flooding, perhaps even before you notice it yourself. It picks up the most subtle shifts in skin tone and heart rate, alerting you that you're starting to experience physiological arousal. This ability was a big priority for us in developing software to help therapists and couples, because this information about how you are responding physically to a conversation with your partner is so vital to the outcome. But as helpful as an algorithm is, you don't need AI to tell you you're getting flooded. You can be your own highly sensitive AI, as long as you are aware of your own personal physiological tells, so that in conflict, your brain can send up a little red flag that says, "Hey, here comes the flood." So take a moment now. Think about the last time you felt flooded, during partner conflict or any situation, and identify yours. Are they on the list above? If they are, note them down. If your flooding symptoms don't appear, describe them. Your partner should add theirs as well. The next step, once you've noticed feelings of flooding, take a break. The minute you sense one of those early physical warning signs, stop the discussion and ask to take a break. Here are the guidelines for that break. Communicate that you need it. Don't just walk out of the room. Tell your partner you're feeling flooded and need a break, where you're going, and what time you'll be back to continue the conversation. "Sweetie, I'm feeling really overwhelmed, and I don't want to say something I don't mean. I'm going to take a walk around the block. I'll be back in about half an hour so we can keep talking about this." Get out of visual range. If you're flooded, you need to remove yourself from the circle of energy around your partner. Be with yourself and nobody else. Do something soothing that takes your mind off the fight. You need to take a break not only from being physically with your partner, but also from even thinking about the fight. The point of the break is not to go off and stew and ruminate. Going over the details of the fight in your mind will only keep your nervous system overly activated. Instead, take the dog for a walk while listening to music or a podcast. Lie down and read a magazine. Go in the kitchen and cook yourself a snack. Meditate. Do some deep breathing or a body scan relaxation exercise. Go for a run or do some other exercise. Work on a piece of art or a home project. Pull weeds in the garden. Answer emails. Anything that occupies your attention and ideally is soothing or stress relieving. From our experience, we recommend not watching murder mysteries. And finally, come back. Flooding is not a reason to indefinitely table the conversation. Return at the time you designated at your departure and try again. Ideally, the break should last at least 20 minutes. That's the minimum amount of time it takes for the stress hormones, adrenaline and cortisol, to start metabolizing out of the body. But it should not last longer than 24 hours. And yes, you can go to bed without resolving this conflict. Sometimes it's the best thing to do.
But don't let more than a day pass. Longer than that, and it starts to feel like punishment. On average, we've seen that most people tend to take about an hour, but if you catch flooding early, you may not need to take that long. Those are the basic do's of coping with flooding. Now, a couple of important don'ts. Don't ever say, "Honey, I think you're getting flooded. You should take a break." Your partner may feel blamed and condescended to, and remind you that you're no mind reader. Say instead, "Honey, I think we need to take a break. Let's come back in an hour and then keep talking."
Don't try to get in the last word before you take a cool-down break. This is not going to help anybody's nervous system and is likely to make this escalated quarrel even worse. Don't leave your partner hanging. Come back when you told them you'd come back. If the time you asked for is up and you're still not calm, come back anyway. Ask for more time and designate a later time to reunite. Simply tell them, "I need some more time. Can we come back to this after dinner, or after work, or tomorrow morning?" It's not fair to just disappear on each other, even when we're overwhelmed. Don't plan out arguments and rebuttals. We said this already, but it bears repeating. We don't want to spend this time stewing over how we've been treated unfairly, maligned, wronged, accused, etc., or planning what we want to say when we return. The goal is to come back to the conversation calm, open, ready to connect, not to have your next argument or counter-argument prepared. If you feel hesitant to ask for a break mid-conflict, remember that making this request is the opposite of selfish. When you take a break to self-soothe, what you're doing is protecting your relationship from the additional hurt escalation can cause, like hurling contemptuous insults or even objects at your partner. You're taking an important step to avoid a regrettable incident, one that is bound to happen if you stay in the fight. The bitter words we say to each other when flooded usually mean having to do more work later to undo the damage we've done. When there's flooding, this is the best thing you can do. Allow yourself the break so your mind and body can recalibrate, and give your partner the grace and space to do the same. Now, depending on your conflict style and your partner's, but regardless of conflict style, the next question is, how do we proceed once we calm down and come back together? Solving the moment. During a fight, you don't have to solve the whole conflict. In fact, you shouldn't try. Instead, solve the moment. Remember, our conflicts, when it comes to what they are really about, tend to be perpetual. They run deep, down to our core personalities, our philosophies about life, our fears and traumas. What that means is that your goal during a fight cannot be to resolve the issue once and for all. This may never happen. Instead, your job is simply to focus on making this interaction a positive one. We need to recalibrate the goal for a fight. The goal is not to win. The goal is not to persuade your partner of something. The goal is not to come up with a solution to the problem. Right now, the goal is not even to find a compromise. That's coming later. The goal is to fight with more positivity than negativity. And yes, this is absolutely possible and necessary. Take Susan and Stan. Are they going to be able to work out the issues surrounding Stan's affair in one fight? Absolutely not. For these two, this is going to be a process, especially because flooding is playing such a major role. Their first mission is to get to the point where they can talk about the affair without getting so flooded. They need to start feeling collaborative again, like they are on the same team, rather than polarized into warring camps. There's not going to be any good communication until they can get their conflict conversations on the right side of the magic ratio. Remember, in conflict, we need to have enough positive interactions that they outweigh the negative ones by a ratio of 5-1. Negativity, unfortunately, is so much more potent than positivity. It packs a bigger punch. That means we have to dilute it by making sure that even in a fight, the positive things we say and do outnumber the negative things by at least 5-1. Are we asking you to sit there in the midst of an emotional fight and tally up your interactions? Of course not. But what we are going to ask is that you follow some guidelines that will naturally carry your fight into positive territory. Self-soothe when you become flooded. Talk about yourself and your needs, just as with the softened startup, rather than your partner's qualities. Make, recognize, and accept repair attempts.
When we make the effort to do those 3 key things, it organically fills our conflict conversation with enough positivity to hit that magic ratio. Expressing needs. Just do it. One of the major reasons conflicts escalate into the red zone is that people don't ask for what they need. Instead, they assume their partner already knows their needs and is, for whatever reason, refusing to fulfill them. They think, my partner knows I need more help with the kids. It's perfectly obvious. One man we worked with said to his wife, "You should know my love language. You're purposely withholding from me." She was baffled. She had no idea what he was talking about. And of course, she went into a defensive crouch. It's not easy to ask for what we need. It feels vulnerable. We feel exposed, like a soft little creature without its shell. If you outright ask for something, there's the scary possibility that the other person will say no, maybe even scorn your need. But when we don't ask, what we end up with is resentment, and resentment leads to escalation. Nora and Robbie, couple number 2, are a classic example of this. Both had been overextended, but hadn't been communicating their stresses. Their fight blew up for exactly that reason. Both assumed the other saw that they needed support, but was choosing to put themselves first instead. The great thing about this issue is that it is so easy to treat. Couples that were in the red zone will quickly tip into the green zone once they start articulating their feelings. Take the musician we worked with. He felt his wife knew him so well that he believed she intimately knew his emotions without him having to actually express them. His partners are not mind readers, no matter how well and how deeply they know us. He struggled to put things into words, so we gave him our Expressing Needs card deck. He immediately pulled 3 cards. He read each one out loud. I need a warm greeting from you at the end of the day. I need more touch. I need more romantic nights away from the kids. His wife was delighted. Her response was, "Those all sound wonderful. I want them too." Moving forward, he continued to use the card decks, and it helped these 2 so much. His wife felt she was finally starting to understand his inner world, and their fights no longer escalated the way they once had. Small repairs prevent major damage. In conflict, a repair attempt is any comment or action that counteracts the negativity in a fight.
Imagine that your discussion is like a train traveling on tracks. If the train begins to slide off the tracks, your repairs can prevent a major crash. A repair can really be anything that shifts the conversation toward the positive. The most basic repair is a straightforward apology. "I'm sorry," or "I'm sorry I said that. Let me try again." It can also take the form of empathy. "I understand how you feel." Or voiced admiration. "You know what I really appreciate about you? How much you care about our kids." It can even be something goofy, like pulling an exaggerated "oops" face after you've blurted out something dumb. If your partner can laugh with you, the whole tenor of the fight can be reset. In the Love Lab, we saw something interesting about repair. What determined the success or failure of a repair attempt was not how it was made. Some of the most elegantly worded apologies failed to get through, while many clumsy, inexpert repair attempts landed wonderfully. Why? It came down not to what the repair looked like, but to how the partner received and responded to it. Friendship and connection correspond to a successful repair. How strong is your connection going into this fight? How much have you been turning toward each other lately? One of the saddest reasons we see couples split is when they never quite manage to get aligned on repairs. One person makes an attempt, but the other is closed off. We're both trying to open up, but nobody meets us there. Repair is about meeting each other in the moment. Both doors open at the same time. And for that to happen, what both partners need is the kind of knowledge about each other that only comes from daily, routine turning toward. The takeaway? If every fight turns into attack and defend, look at the flow of your days outside of conflict. Can you find more time to just sit with each other? Can you make it a point to watch out for your partner's bids for connection, even the ones that take a negative form? Sometimes bids for connection come out sideways. Your partner says bitterly, "I guess you have no interest in going out for a drink with me." You might naturally feel a rush of defensiveness. "When was the last time you asked me out?" Or, in that moment, you could see that at its core, that comment is actually a bid for connection. "I do want to go out with you. I guess we've gotten out of the habit. I miss that. When should we go?" That would be turning toward the bid, even though it was couched in negativity. And this can make an enormous difference for how your fights will go. The bottom line is, all couples fight. What sets successful couples apart is that they make repairs during conflict. A do-over with repair. So, what about Stan and Susan? They learned to self-soothe, to take breaks, to use more positive language, and, most importantly, they started making and accepting repairs. It didn't magically solve the issue of the affair, but their conflict conversations look much different now. Hey, how are you feeling today? Well, pretty crappy. What do you expect? What's making you feel crappy? What do you think? This whole situation. Stan, and here's the choice point, he validates instead of defending. Yeah, I know. You're still really upset with me. I understand that. Susan softens. She's calmer now. Well, I'm glad you do. I'm having nightmares every night. That sounds terrible. What did you dream? I was in bed together, and then I rolled over and you were gone. I knew that you were gone forever. I couldn't breathe. Honey, I'm here. I know I messed up, bad, but let me tell you, I'm never going to do that again. I'm here because this is what I want. You, us. You know it is really hard for me to believe that. I know. I think it's just going to take time. He holds his hand out, and after a moment of hesitation, she takes it. That day, this was the end of the conversation. Did they arrive at a fix? No. But they had one really solid, positive interaction. They talked about this big, overwhelming conflict with more positives than negatives, and that is a huge win.
Money had always been a source of stress. A few years prior, they'd been forced to file for bankruptcy. He had a clear plan to be financially responsible, and this kind of extra, unnecessary gifting, it pushed them right off the track he'd worked so hard to build. They came up with agreements, gifts only on major holidays, price limits, but all the agreements backfired. One Valentine's Day, Manuel presented Shanae with a large, beautifully wrapped box. Thrilled, she tore the wrapping off and found a new blender. He noted her disappointment, but she said nothing. She thanked him flatly and went back to cleaning. Manuel was upset. He'd followed the rules. It was a holiday. He'd gone right up to the price limit. He hadn't forgotten. He'd done everything right, and she was still not satisfied. What would it take? Did he have to drain their bank account to make her happy? Build her the Taj Mahal? He followed her into the kitchen. What's the problem? He demanded. You constantly say you want gifts, and I got you a gift. I spent a lot of money on that. I know, she said, already on the verge of tears. It's nice. It was nice, of course, but it wasn't a gift. It was just something they needed. But if she criticized it, she knew he'd blow up. Nice? So what's the matter with it? There's always so many secret rules with you. I can never win. Don't yell at me. I'm not yelling. He was yelling. Shanae turned and left the room, locked herself in the bathroom, and cried. When couples get stuck in cyclical, gridlocked conflict, it's generally a sign that they actually need to pause, slow down, and go deeper. When we fight, we often try to fix a problem before we understand it. We get stuck in a superficial argument instead of digging down to the deeper source. We push toward a solution before we've actually understood our partner's position. Manuel and Shanae didn't need a solution to the surface problem. They'd already tried that. They needed to stop right there in that hot point of friction and dive down. Signs you need to go deeper. In the Love Lab, we initially assumed there would be certain content areas that couples got gridlocked about. Well, there weren't. People could get gridlocked over anything at all. Any point of conflict, no matter how large or small, can have all kinds of stuff under the surface. Our conflicts are a little bit like icebergs. Sometimes we're only seeing the tippy top. We have no idea how far down this obstacle goes until we crash right into it.
Now, we know the majority of our conflicts are perpetual, that we will manage them over the course of our lives. But gridlock? Gridlock feels different. Gridlock feels bad. You're in gridlock if your conflicts leave you feeling rejected by your partner. You talk and make zero progress. Every time you discuss the issue, you feel worse afterward. And, like a caustic chemical, it starts to corrode the connection between you. At that point, you're in what we call negative sentiment override. the negative perspective. It means you've been fighting cyclically so much that you can't view your partner's words any way but negatively, even if that's not how they were intended. If you ask a question and they don't respond, instead of thinking, "Oh, they didn't hear me," you think, "Ignoring me again, as always." Gridlock is a big sign you need to go deeper. But there are other, more subtle tells. Maybe you're stumbling over something seemingly trivial. You're thinking, why? Why are we even fighting about this minor thing? Or maybe your partner has a surprising, outsized reaction, something that comes out of nowhere. If you get a response that doesn't make sense, if they get flooded over a mundane conversation about the calendar or the weekend, that's a red flag. You just crashed into an iceberg. So what do? You spool down your engines, you slow way down, and you say, "Let's back up. Looks like this might be a deeper issue than I thought." We had an incident like this early in our own marriage. John was arriving home from work. Julie was in the kitchen, starting dinner. As John walked in, he spotted the mail on the table. It reminded him of a plumber we'd hired a few weeks ago. He strolled into the kitchen and said, "Hey, did you pay the plumber?" Julie dropped the knife she was using to slice onions. She whirled around. "I don't know," she snapped. "Did you pay the plumber?" She stomped into the bedroom and slammed the door, hard. John stood there with the mail in his hand, thinking, What am I? Did I marry a lunatic?" He marched into the bedroom to confront her. "What on earth is the matter with you? I just wanted to know if you paid the bill." "Oh, right," she said. "I'm just the secretary around here. You don't even say hello. You just move right to the checklist that I'm supposed to complete. Well, I didn't, so I'm bad." Finally, we both calmed down. John sat on the bed and asked, more gently, "Where is this coming from?" Julie thought about it.
"When I was a kid," she said, "I'd come home and my mother would always have some criticism waiting for me. She'd say, 'Is that what you wore to school? Well, you look fat in it.' When you came in just now, you sounded exactly like her." Reactions like that are a red flag planted in the ground, saying, "Dig here." Unlocking your fight, dreams within conflict. This particular intervention, this method, didn't originate in the Love Lab. It came from our own life, our own gridlocked problem. The problem, in a nutshell, we were living in Seattle, a busy city. John loved it. Julie didn't. John grew up in New York City. To him, the rush of traffic, the noise, the bustle, that was the sensory experience of home. But Julie, she grew up on the edge of a wild forest. She sought out the silence of trees. As a child, she'd sneak out of her house to sleep in the woods. Deep, raw nature is what kept her sane. One weekend, we rented a cabin on Orcas Island. Julie fell in love. She realized this was the magic spot. So one day, she brought it up to John. "I really want to buy a cabin on Orcas," she said. "What?" John replied. "Absolutely not." And just like that, we were off and running. The fight escalated. We both retreated, angry and dissatisfied. And we kept fighting about it, over and over, for 6 years. It became an obstacle we tripped over constantly. Resentment was leaking into every facet of our lives. So we went to a couples therapist. This therapist, she really liked John. She thought he was brilliant and charming. She was on his side, and it showed. One day, as we sat in her office arguing, she said, "You know, John, you have every right to just say no." She has to accept it. Good relationships are all about boundaries. Just say no. Afterward, we walked out to the car in silence. At home, John put down the keys and turned to Julie. "Do I sound like that? Like that therapist? All that just say no stuff?" "Yes, actually," Julie said. "You do." "Well," John said, "that's not the kind of husband I want to be." We decided to fire the therapist. Then we sat down right there in our own living room and had the conversation that would become the model for the Dreams Within Conflict exercise. We stopped arguing about whether to buy the cabin. We stopped trying to persuade each other. We started asking questions and just listening.
Julie told John about how awful it was at home when she was young, how it was a house full of criticism and contempt. She never knew what cutting thing her mother was going to say next. She never felt safe. So she would slip out the back door at night,
She'd run into the woods and sleep under a red cedar. The city drained her. The forest revived her. Then it was John's turn. He told Julie a story about his parents, a young married couple in Vienna at the beginning of World War II. One night, they found out the Gestapo were coming for their block the next morning to round people up for the camps. They fled. They left everything behind: jobs, families, their apartment, their books, their furniture. They escaped to the Dominican Republic, where John was born, refugees of the Holocaust. They taught John what they had learned. You don't accumulate stuff. You don't buy property, because you never know when Nazis under another name are going to come for you. Everything you pour your resources into should be something within you: education, skills. The thought of owning a second house, it made John feel heavy, afraid. After we exchanged those stories, we both melted. Compassion filled the air. There was no way we weren't going to honor each other's dreams. Pretty quickly after that, we found a compromise. We'd buy a little place on Orcas, and if, after a few years, John felt it was a bad investment, we'd reevaluate. John loved the place. He'd sit on the couch with a pile of books while Julie laced up her boots and hit the trails. The process was so successful for us that we thought, we need to take this to the lab. The Dreamcatcher's magic questions. We went back to the data and looked at gridlocked conversations. We found that, in troubled couples, there was always a hidden dream, an underlying dream that hadn't been unearthed. So we developed this, a series of 6 questions. The goal is not to solve the problem. The goal is understanding, because understanding must precede resolution. The rules are simple: 1 speaker, 1 listener. The listener's job is to make it safe for the partner to be open. No judgment, no defensiveness. Here are the magic questions. 1, what do you believe about this issue? 2, does your position relate to your history or childhood in some way? 3, why is your position so important to you? 4, what are your feelings about this? 5, what is your ideal dream here? If you could wave a magic wand, what would that look like?
6. Is there some underlying purpose or goal in this for you? Don't cut in. Don't skip any questions. The listener should go down the list one by one. Your goal is to find out everything you can about your partner's approach to this issue, because you can't solve anything until you understand the heart of the dream. Manuel and Shanae, it was not about money. When we met with them, we knew we had to set the financial debate aside. We asked about their childhoods. What was the culture surrounding gifts in your family growing up? When Shanae was growing up, her father was in jail. Her mom was an addict. For years, she lived with her aunt and uncle. At Christmas, they gave their own kids piles of presents. But for her, they would wrap up a pair of socks. That was it. Just socks. Gifts to her equaled love, and she wasn't getting any. Meanwhile, Manuel wasn't getting any presents at all. He essentially raised himself. The only person he ever trusted was his godmother. But then, when he was a teenager, she abruptly stopped seeing him. For good. He never trusted anyone that completely ever again. When someone gave him a gift, his knee-jerk response was, "What is my purpose? How do I want to live this one life that I have?" Trivial issues, right down to whether you pick up socks off the floor, can be seen as symbolic. Our biggest conflicts put something deeply important in a bright circle, to be seen and to be understood. But sometimes, dreams are so subterranean that we ourselves aren't even aware of them. We often don't spend enough time reflecting on why we are the way we are. If you're in a fight and you find yourself thinking, "I have no idea where this is coming from," then the number one thing to do is create space. Take time. Say, "I wish I could answer that, but I think I need a moment." If you're having trouble going deeper, look back. Look through old photos. Think about your relationship with your parents. Look for a legacy. For example, imagine a couple fighting about money. One partner realized, "I grew up in Alaska, in a fishing family. Money was always boom or bust. We'd have nothing, and then all of a sudden the crab came in and we were rich. Then the money was gone again. I guess I have this urge to spend whenever we have a little extra, because otherwise it's just going to vanish." That's
That's the dream within the conflict. George and Marianne, one of our favorite couples from the lab, they showed us how powerful this is. We sat down for the oral history interview. How a couple tells their story predicts their future. Do they talk about their lives with a sense of we-ness? Do they use us or we rather than I? When we asked about a challenge, they had a story right away. Right after they married, George's boss called him in. "I'm sending you on the road. Big promotion, huge raise. Congratulations." George didn't feel congratulated. He knew instantly, this isn't what I want. He said, "I quit," just like that. He went home and told his wife. She panicked. "You did what?" They had kids in school, a bigger mortgage, but George knew. He didn't want to be gone from her anymore. He didn't want to be gone from the kids. Marianne heard him, and she got it. His son suggested he open a motocross shop, and he did. It was a success. They overcame that crisis because George knew what he wanted, and he expressed it. So, what are the dreams within your conflict? Take a moment with your partner. Pick a perpetual problem. Neatness, money, in-laws, sex. The speaker's job is to talk from the furt.
The listener's job is to make it safe. Don't argue, don't try to persuade. You are not trying to arrive at a solution yet. It is much too soon for that. You first need to end the opposition of dreams. You need to become each other's friend instead of each other's foe. Tips for the types. If you're a conflict avoider, you might feel reluctant. But if the listener is truly empathetic, you'll feel safe to open up. If you're a validator, don't rush to the fix. Push the solution away for now. And for the volatiles, flex the muscles of waiting. Don't interrupt. Try taking notes. Seriously, pull out a pen and paper. It keeps your brain focused on what they are actually saying. Final tip, don't rush it. Understanding must precede resolution. We often think that if dreams are in opposition, it's the end. Sometimes one person's dream is another person's nightmare. But more often, there is space for both. You don't have to have the same big life dream to be successful. When we first met, Julie's dream was to take women up Mount Everest. She wanted an adventurous life in the wild. Meanwhile, John's dream was to create equations while sitting on a warm couch, preferably with a fire and a giant pile of books. He didn't want to sleep on rocks at the top of the world. And yet, 35 years later, here we are, and we both feel our dreams have been honored. Fight number 4, the standoff. Mistake? Competing to win. In game theory, a zero-sum outcome is one where a win by one person is an equal loss by the other. Poker is like that. However many chips you lose is how many I gain. In conflict, we are all vulnerable to this. You want the dishes done. They want to answer work emails. You point out you did them every night this week. They give in, but they're stressed. You win, they lose. Your partner wants the kids to go to summer camp. You want to save for house repairs. You fight, you shout, someone gets flooded and gives up. Fine, put it on the credit card. They win, you lose. Final score, you're down 1, in the red. We try to win because we believe our way is the right way. It seems so obvious. In our minds, we are logical, we are neutral, we are correct. Our partners just need to be convinced. Why would we compromise when their position is so clearly wrong? Vince and Jenny, a couple in their 60s. Vince was a fisherman, Jenny was a teacher.
Vince was retiring, and they were dreaming about the next chapter, but they were dreaming different dreams. Vince wanted to see the world. He wanted to buy a sailboat and sail the Pacific. Jenny, meanwhile, dreamed of moving back to her family's farm, a turn-of-the-century farmhouse she loved as a child. The farm was in Iowa. You can see the problem. They'd been battling for a year, with no progress. How could they compromise? There is no ocean in Iowa. There is no ancestral farmland in the middle of the ocean. Resentment ran deep. They came to our workshop. They were hanging on by a thread. Jenny said, "We need to approach this logically." Vince snorted, "Oh, logically, right, a top skill of yours." Jenny, "It's a pipe dream, Vince. You're holding our lives hostage. I've been on boats for 30 years. It's not a whim. Move to Iowa. I don't know why you're being so selfish. Sit in a rocking chair? That sounds like being dead." They had locked into their positions. unwilling, unable to give any ground. To compromise would be to lose everything. Zero sum. The big problem with a win-lose dynamic. In a 20-year study, we watched couples watch themselves fight. They sat with a rating dial, turning it to rate the interaction. Some couples were aligned, but others, they were zero-sum couples. When one person's rating went up, the other person's plummeted. We followed those couples for years, and we discovered something shocking. The husbands in the zero-sum couples were dying. 58% of them passed away over those 20 years, compared to only 20% of the collaborative couples. When you refuse to cooperate, your blood literally flows differently. Your heart rate spikes, your stress hormones stay high. A zero-sum approach to conflict is not just hurting your marriage, it's hurting your health. We want to replace that win-lose graph with cooperative gain. We want the ups and downs to be a shared experience. The wins should be collaborative. How do we get there? A counterintuitive finding from the lab. If you want to win in partner conflict, you need to yield some ground. There is a philosophy in Aikido called yielding to win. You use your partner's energy instead of fighting it. You move with them, not against them. The goal is not to overpower. The goal is balance. In heterosexual marriages, the men who allowed their partners to influence them had happier marriages. They were significantly less likely to divorce. Men who refused to share power had an 81% probability of splitting up. Men tend to struggle with this more.
Because of how we're socialized, even today, there's this deeply embedded idea that being influenced by a woman is weak. But we have to push back against that. Julie has found, working with couples, that some men have conflated being a protector with being a dominator. But what does it really mean to be a protector? A protector protects his partner's humanity. You ask, what dreams do you have? How do I protect your pathway toward fulfilling them? When our daughter was 8, John proved himself to be a protector. Julie wanted to go to Mount Everest for 4 weeks. John was terrified for her safety, but he supported her, and that meant taking care of their daughter solo. For the first time, John learned how to braid Mariah's long, curly, uncooperative hair. He patiently wove that braid every morning for 28 days. He was protecting Julie's right to fulfill herself. Don't be the rock. When you can't be moved, you lose all power. If you always say no, you become an obstacle. You're a dead end. Your partner will eventually just find a way around you. Now you're powerless. The only way to become powerful is to be capable of accepting influence. Treat their needs with respect. Be willing to see things from their point of view. Collaborative gain. We were in Norway, inside the Arctic Circle. We saw a group of kayakers in tandem boats. One couple was arguing fiercely. "Paddle faster," the woman shouted. "I am paddling," the man snapped back. They bickered and bickered until whoosh, they were stuck, jammed up on a shelf of ice. They kept fighting about how to get off. "Push off. That won't work." In the end, the whole group had to help pull them off. The reality was, either one of their ideas would have worked. They just needed to be open to each other. They needed to stop being opponents and start thinking for two. Toward true compromise. We call this the bagel method. Literally, draw a bagel on a piece of paper. In the inner circle, the whole, write your non-negotiables, the core of your dream, the things you cannot live without. Then, in the outer circle, write your areas of flexibility, the how, the when, the where. Vince and Jenny sat down with their bagels. Jenny's inner circle, fulfilling my family's legacy by living on the farm. Vince's inner circle, freedom and adventure of sailing the world. But then, look at the flexibility. They realized they both wanted to be together. Vince didn't want to sail without her. Jenny didn't want the farm without him. So they decided to do both.
They moved to the farm for a year. Vince took a sailing course. Then they bought a boat and went sailing in the winters. There was way more flexibility than they could see when they were just fighting to win. Sometimes this fight really is the end. If you pare down your dream to its core and it's still in direct opposition, there isn't much you can do. You can't have half a child, but at least you can part knowing you honored each other. For most, though, the bagel method is a breakthrough because it's based on trust, commitment, thinking for two. Fight number 5, the chasm in the room. Mistake, stewing about the fight. The past is never dead. It isn't even past. During the pandemic, Molly and Selena thought they were doing great. Lockdown was hard, but they were crushing it. Then they had a fight, a big one. Molly was a freelance artist. Selena worked for a nonprofit. They were both working from home, wrangling 2 young kids. Molly asked for help with the girls' remote learning so she could meet a deadline. Selena brushed her off. There's no such thing as a graphic art emergency. She shut the bedroom door. Molly followed her in. They whispered and argued while Selena was muted on Zoom. Accusations flew. Then Molly snapped. Maybe you'd care more if you were the one who'd given birth to them. Silence. I can't believe you would say that, Selena said. Please leave. Later, they both apologized, but they couldn't stop relitigating it. Neither could stop fighting about the fight. You called me a terrible mother. I did not. They were stuck. A chasm was growing in the room. The big mistake? Trying to just move on. Emotional wounds do not heal on their own. When you don't process a bad fight, the wounds stay open. The negativity endures. It corrodes the connection. And so many couples, 80%, fail to repair. We avoid the topic. We apologize too fast, before we even understand what happened. But unprocessed fights force a wedge between you. Some fights are forever if you don't process them. The Zeigarnik effect. A psychologist in the 1920s noticed that waiters remembered orders perfectly until they were delivered. Once the order was finished, the memory vanished. It's the same with our fights. If it's unfinished business, if you haven't addressed the hurt, the memory stays vivid, as sharp as if it happened yesterday. And memories aren't stable. Every time we ruminate, we edit them. We become biased towards ourselves. We end up with 2 different memories of the same event. There is no God camera.
There is only perception. If you don't process it, it festers. You have to stop, sit down, and take the pebble out of your shoe. How to process a fight. We developed a 5-step blueprint, and we tested it on ourselves. Mariah was in college. She called home. Julie picked up. Julie could tell she was getting sick, but didn't want to be a helicopter parent. She bit her tongue. She was supportive, but when she told John about her worry, John snapped. Stop trying to control her. Leave her alone. Julie felt slapped. She'd worked so hard not to be controlling. She lashed out. I wish I had a mature partner. John turned red. He grabbed his pillow, walked out, and slammed the door. We used the blueprint the next day. Step 1, feelings. We shared how we felt. Julie, defensive, criticized, powerless. John, hurt, unappreciated, lonely. Step 2, realities. We described what we perceived. I heard you say. I assumed. We validated each other. I can see why that upset you. Step 3, triggers. This was the revelation. Julie had polio as a kid. Her dad, a doctor, missed the signs. She is wired to be vigilant about sickness. John skipped grades as a kid. He was bullied for 4 years. College was his renaissance. He wanted Mariah to have that rebirth, and he was terrified of anything derailing it. We weren't fighting about a phone call. We were fighting about our childhood ghosts. Step 4, responsibility. I apologized for calling him immature. He apologized for insulting her as a mom. Step 5, plans. What can we do better next time? It's never too late to process. You can process something that happened on your honeymoon. Molly and Selena did. A year later, they finally sat down. They explored their triggers, they apologized for real, and they could finally move on. 10 pitfalls to watch out for. Don't have this conversation too soon. You need to be in the balcony, looking down at the stage. Remember, there are 2 realities. The truth doesn't matter. Understanding matters. And stay focused on the goal. You are not trying to resolve the issue. You are processing how the communication went wrong. We are all human. We make mistakes. But we can turn a regrettable incident into a way to love each other better. Our conflicts are mirrors. They compel us to see and to accept the full, complex humanity of the person we love.